Hello? Okay, wait a minute. Please tell me it's working now. Okay, yes, I see movement, so it's working. Oh, I apparently the mic on my Chromebook is just broken. Sorry about that. I'm just talking to my I was talking to myself for like 5 minutes, just talking to myself, and I wasn't caught up with the chat, so I couldn't see what you were saying. Oh, God, just never ends. Just the bullshit. It's just been a terrible day. It's been terrible. All you really missed was me whining about it. Um, and it's just horrible. It's been a horrible week. I'm grateful my cat is doing much better. I'm grateful for that. It's not that I'm it's not that I'm just focusing on negatives. I'm really not. I'm just suffering so much today. So I'm so grateful that she's doing better and Boo's appetite is great now. She's eating a lot. She's on the mend. She's like her personality is coming back. She's much more like back to herself again. That's the most important thing. So I'm just this week could have ended a whole lot worse. So as much as I'm suffering from horrific physical pain, worse than usual today, I mean, I could be ending the week in horrific pain and without my cat. So at least I have my cat as comfort and support here. Because she's like an emotional support animal for me. I mean, with some obvious limitations because she's a cat and not a dog, and you know, dogs want to please you and come to you. You can like basically when you want them, they're there for you immediately. But with cats, you kind of have to wait for them to approach you. But the nice thing about this cat is that she's extremely needy and clingy, so she approaches me a lot, which is great. So that's where the emotional support comes in. Um, so at least, I'm not suffering. I'm suffering, but I'm not suffering without my cat. So I'm really grateful for that. I'm really grateful for that. Uh, and now it's just a matter of paying the damn vet bills, which wound up being, God, over $1,400. I think it might even wind up being close to 2,000. I have to ask my mom what the latest bill is. Um, it's really crazy. It's really messed up how expensive vet care is because, you know, like, what if we didn't have a credit card? I mean, it's awful to go into debt and everything, but a lot of people don't even have access to a credit card. So, okay, their animal's just going to die then because they don't have a credit card to run up $2,000 of debt. Um, so it's just messed up. It's messed up. It shouldn't be that way. There should be an option, some kind of clinic for like I do know there is some kind of low income clinic in the state somewhere, but they can only do certain things, certain really specific things like spaying and neutering. Like they have a really limited array of things they can do. Anyway, that's weird. I lost all oh damn, I lost all the messages. I lost all the messages. You know what? Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna open up the stream on my Chromebook too, but just not add myself to the stage so that I can highlight because I lost all of your earlier messages on this stream. They're not there. And I want to see the ones that I was trying to highlight. Anyway, I was babbling a bit about how I woke up in hold on. Why is there an echo? Hold on. Okay, now it's gone. Um, oh, thank you, Carla Way. Hey there, Carla Way. Nice to see you. Thank you. I am very relieved that Boo is okay. It's like a miracle. I really thought she was gonna die. I drove the whole way to the clinic with her crying, cried again, talking to the vet tech who came out to take her back and admit her, cried all the way home, cried when I was messaging somebody a voice message about it, and you know, just really didn't look good for a while there because she didn't eat from Sunday morning until Wednesday night, and it was it was actually an amazing turnaround how fast her appetite came back after she was hospitalized and they gave her intravenous fluids and strong pain medication. She was just in a lot of pain and she couldn't tell us. The idiots didn't give her any pain medication when they sent her home from her vet visit on Monday. Although honestly, it may not have even been enough. She needed to be admitted. That she needed strong pain medication, that not just stuff they send you home with. Um, anyway, I was just saying when I thought you could hear me, I was saying I need to make this a much more manageable length tonight, and I know I've said that a million times, so you're not going to believe me, but I have a really good incentive to do it, and for this, I have to kind of lower my voice a little bit because it's not something I'm sharing with my mom, because my mom would have a fit if she knew about it, but she doesn't know that I'm going to the Kendrick Lamar show on Monday by myself. And if I tell her, it is not worth dealing with the stress around here, the kind of meltdown that would happen, that would ensue because of her terror that something would happen to me going alone. So that is something I am keeping to myself. I am not telling her, but that's a strong motivation for me to take care of myself as best I can over the next few days. Now, there are certain things that are out of my control, and I woke up today. I have no idea why my pain was so horrific when I woke up today, worse than usual. Sometimes I can do all the right things and it doesn't matter. Um, sometimes it's unpredictable, but at the very least, I can avoid doing things that I know for sure will make me feel worse. And unfortunately, doing a 7 or 8 hour stream is one of those things. I just can't do that. Even doing a 6 hour stream is too much. 5 hours is too much if I don't get on the treadmill. So I'm going to be vigilant on that tonight and um, just try to do everything humanly possible so that I'm in the best possible condition to enjoy myself on my birthday at my favorite artist's show, which I'm sure is going to be epic. And I'm already going to be in a lot of pain, no matter what, when I'm there. But if I can do anything to minimize it, then I'm going to do that. And it starts with taking care of myself days ahead of time because I don't want any ripple effect happening from, going crazy and being on here all night as much as I would love to be. I would love it if it didn't make my pain worse, but unfortunately it does. So I'm gonna exhibit some restraint, and I'm looking forward to Doc joining us, and he should be on shortly. I think I'm gonna catch up with you guys in the chat now. Um, Last week, the good news is that whatever we don't get to tonight, we can just continue next week, like we did last week. Last week we did FROMacademy with Doc, diving into mystery solving techniques and how they can apply to From and help us unravel From's mysteries. And it led us into such interesting lines of discussion that, I mean, we didn't even get through a fraction of the material he'd prepared. And that's a great thing. It sparked so much discussion. So if we don't finish tonight again, we can just continue it once again next week. Um, and he did an amazing job with all the research that he did. So he'll be joining us shortly to continue with that. Um and so some of the messages are still gone for some reason, but I'm highlighting messages on my other device. Um, I see Jay Sleek there. Hey to Jay Sleek if you're still here. This wasn't that long ago, so hopefully you're still here. Um, Doc has Okay, yeah, Doc posted the link to all his notes for tonight. Amazing preparation that he did. Really great set of documents that I'm going to be holding on to for use on analysis of From going forward when theory crafting and, watching the show, doing rewatches. I'm going to hold on to all these things that he collected because I think they're going to be really useful for note taking on From and for figuring things out. Um, yeah, so Panda Kalima. Hey, Panda Kalima. Welcome. Hope you're all doing well tonight. Hey, Dieter. I'm sorry that you're going through a lot, and yeah, I hope this can be a distraction for you. And I know you're working while doing it, but hi, Mr. Frogman. We're not going anywhere. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Frogman. I wish your messages hadn't disappeared. But hi, Amy. Because a bunch of your messages were here that I wanted to highlight, and now they're gone. Um, hi with Alice, and so some of these are here. It's so weird. Some of them are, I don't know. They're all out of sequence. Hey Samuel. Carla Way is living in the future. Yes. She gets that joke a lot, you know. But it's basically the truth. Quite a bit in the future too. Big time difference. And hello to Wolfspear. And hi Trace. Um Hi Ryan, and thanks Dieter for calling and letting me know that my mic is, guys, I should have remembered that my mic is broken because something really frustrating happened to me last night. I was recording my latest Handmaid's Tale deep dive, and hi Ryan, thank you so much for being here. Um, I was recording my latest Handmaid's Tale deep dive, which is for episode 6. I'm a bit behind. And I was, oh my God, I was not on my game at all. I was making so many mistakes. I kept screwing up, and when I screw up, I just pause and then start that section over again. So I had been recording for almost an hour and a half, and then I realized that the mic wasn't working the entire time. So I had to start completely over. I mean, it was just so upsetting. An hour and a half completely wasted, and I had to. It's a pain in the ass to read a script for an hour and a half, especially when I was making so many mistakes. The end result video was only 40 minutes. It's not that crazy long. 40 minutes is not that nuts, but that's how many mistakes I was making. And the long pauses in between, I had to redo it because my mic wasn't working. So I should have known that. I just forgot. My brain is still kind of checked out from everything that happened to Boo with Boo this week. I already have brain fog due to pain, but if a crisis happens like this, I'm really off my game, worse than usual. So sorry about that, guys. Sorry. Um, write one in the chat if you can't hear anything. Oh, this is funny. Just me. Hi, just me, Patricia. You were organized about it. Look at that. Hi, Miss J's reviews. Hi, Michael. Hi, Kimberly. Um, we've got both recipients of the Doug Hughes cameos who are in the chat. I saw Bill Chill was in there. Bill Chill, I was talking about that too. I highlighted Bill's chat, but that's gone now. But hi to Bill Chill, and he won our Doug Hughes cameo giveaway on Wednesday. And Doug is in he did that cameo, and so Bill Chill might even have it already because Doug just told me. I was talking to Doug earlier tonight, and he told me that he did Bill's cameo. So congrats again to Bill and Compassionate Lee the previous week. We saw the video that he made for her, and it was so sweet. The amount of advice he gave her and the story he told, he really put a lot of effort into it, and I would expect nothing less from him. That was so sweet of him. It was just lovely. So if you I'll throw the Cameo link in the description of the video. Um, so you can order your own Cameo by Doug Hughes if you would like. Oh, Doc is sorry, Doc. If you've been back there a long time, I didn't see it because now I'm on the laptop that doesn't have a notification sound when someone's backstage. So I'll add you now. Sorry about that. How long were you there?
No worries. I was chilling out. I jumped on a little bit earlier than I was planning to, just because I wasn't sure if we needed someone to be on because
Yeah,
it was silent.
yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't think Scarlet knows I went live because see, I was talking to her too, but I didn't know that my mic wasn't working, and so she doesn't know that either. So she said something and I said, "What, Scarlet?" And I got no response. And then because my mic was not working.
Mm.
And so I just went live. So she might think that I'm still just running extremely late. Either that or she got tied up. But you know, with the way that I do things and not being on time all over the place, like that is totally fine. If she if she's busy with something, no problem at all. She needs to do what she needs to do. No worries. Um and I did I looked I've been looking to see if and when you were going to pop on the when I was still on the Chromebook and it was approaching 12:30, but I didn't see you there then. Um
Yeah, I wasn't on
so
yet.
sorry. Okay. Um, yeah, I'm on the laptop that doesn't have certain tones do not come through it. You don't hear background music in TV shows, sound effects. Um, so certain things just don't come through and I don't know why and I need to chat with tech support and see if there's a way to fix it. Um, so yeah, if someone's backstage, I don't hear a thing. That's why I was using the Chromebook because that works, but oh well. Um,
Okay.
Did we forget that pantomime doesn't work over radio? Oh, that's great. Uh,
Hello.
Oh, Scarlett's back. Hi, Scarlett.
Hi, hey, Doc.
um, my mic was dead and I was talking to nobody I thought I was talking to them, but I was talking to myself for like at least 5 minutes, maybe longer. I don't even know.
Yeah, I was
Uh,
upstairs and I heard your graphic. I heard the music and the waves, so I came down, but then it was me and Dieter talking to each other. We couldn't hear you.
yeah, yeah. Uh, it's just, it's a mess as usual, but I'm a worse mess than usual this week. I feel like I'm still not 100% uh mentally. Even though Boo is doing better. Boo is finally on the mend, but that just totally threw me and I'm still feeling the effects of it. So I should have known that my mic was broken because I was just explaining that I wasted an hour and a half recording a video and then discovered there was no audio and I had to redo the whole thing. That was last night. I should have known that. But again, I'm not
Yeah.
functioning mentally at 100% right now. Luncher. Yeah, I guess we're only diving shallow today.
Yep.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Anyway, okay, I'm trying to catch up here. Okay, scrolling down. No, try to
Maybe
catch
if
up
you
quickly.
post any shorts, you should call them shallow dives.
Yeah, that
Kitty
would be great,
dives, kitty pool
actually.
dives.
That would be great. Yeah. Okay. Okay, good.
Wasn't
I
that what
see
you
your
were gonna originally? Wasn't that what you were originally gonna do with Silo? Because you didn't like Silo when it started, and you were gonna do kiddie pool dives like the
I was,
not so
yes,
deep
but
dives.
I wound up
Shallow
having to
dives.
do I wound up having time for no dives at all. No diving. No
No
diving
diving.
on Silo.
Definitely a diving thing with
Zeroed.
a circle and an X around.
Yeah. Just nope. That one just did not have it was not in the cards for
Yeah.
me. Thanks with Alice. Thanks with Alice. Yeah, she's okay. She's back to herself again. She's not 100%. She's on antibiotics and pain medicine and her appetite isn't I mean, it's not completely normal, but it's pretty much her appetite is pretty much normal and her behavior is pretty much normal. So it's like a miracle. Um, she went from gravely ill to so much better so fast. Um, yeah, and she is Amy. Thank you, Phil. You guys are so sweet. Um, okay. We love Boo. She likes to make her guest appearances on here. And she no longer has the cone of shame around her neck, so she doesn't look so pitiful anymore. And they took the port out of her paw. Um, that she had her paw was bandaged up because that was a port in her paw. I didn't realize it at the time, but
Huh.
my mom didn't explain it to me. She had a port in her paw for getting more IV fluids the next day. They knew they were gonna have her come back for more. So instead of taking the port out, they left it in there and bandaged it. Weird, but so she had her little, it looked like she had a little kitty cast on her leg. Um and that's gone, and the cone is gone, so she's much more comfortable. She was really hilarious though. Trying to eat with that on was a complete mess. It was not easy to do. I had to help her eat. Um, and she was trying to, I could tell she really wanted me to pet her head, but I could hardly get at the right area that she likes. And she wanted to rub her face on my face like she always does, but she couldn't reach my face because the cone was in the way. She rubs her nose and her cheeks all over my nose. She puts her scent all over my nose, and she touches noses with me like I'm another cat. And I read that that's like the ultimate cat compliment. So, um, and she's back to doing that again. So she's back to herself. Um,
Good.
yes, I will do that. I will do all those things, Dieter. I promise. Uh, Even if I do all the right things, it may not, you know, I can still, I could still feel as horrible as I do today because I've been taking care of myself, um, but I got to at least try to set myself up for success. So I'm gonna try. Um, Boo is too cute to leave yet. Yeah. One's in the chat for one's in the chat for Boo. Dre's put a 2. What does that mean? Uh,
And
let's see.
Dieter says that he uploaded Bill Chill's cameo from Doug.
Oh, wow, that was quick. Okay, great. Hey, oh, I see it there. Cool. I see it there. Okay. I'm still scrolling through here. Um, she could have been. It's possible. Unfortunately, we have had mice here from time to time, so it's possible she could have eaten a mouse and it made her sick. I never even thought of that, but that's not out of the realm of possibility. I suspected that we had one. We definitely had one recently. Actually, I know we did. My mom saw it like a month ago, so that could have actually happened. Um, Kendrick is gonna be so fun. Yeah, it's like it's the most epic concert I've ever had a ticket for. I mean, I've been to concerts, but it's nothing like this. Nothing like this. Um, what Julie Kendrick Lamar? A while Julie's mom appeared. Yeah, trust me, the shitstorm that would happen here would be really bad if she knew. Thank you with Alice. I appreciate it. Normally I would be streaming that night, which would be my birthday, but um I do want to actually go live at some point while I'm at this show. Not for long because I want to enjoy it and not hold my phone up the whole time. So I wouldn't be doing it for long, but I just want to do it for the hell of it, just because. And since I've seen a rap reactor do it and not get his video blocked, so I figure, okay, what the hell? So he got away with it. I want to try it just so I can say I did it and just give you a glimpse of what I'm experiencing, just for fun. And what I'm going to do is my stream for The Last of Us that I would normally be doing on Monday night. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna move that to Wednesday, not Tuesday. I think Tuesday has too much competition for the same audience of people. So I'm thinking Wednesday, most likely for that. Um, thanks, Carla. I'm gonna try. I mean, I can't. I wish I could get up and stand up and dance like everybody else. I used to spend entire concerts standing up, but I can't. It's too painful to stand. I can't stand for long at all. It's really, really painful. Walking is better than standing, actually. Um, so I have no choice but to sit, which sucks. And, you know, But it's better than nothing. I'll take a little bit of joy over nothing at all, and some, an enjoyable experience while in pain. It's better than nothing. So I'll take what I can get. And I've been, you know, settling for nothing for a long time now, and I'm trying to change that now. Uh, yeah, your first message is gone, Dieter. A bunch of messages disappeared when I had my technical problems. Um, it was something like, "Good morning, Julie and Boo. If you can, please show my David Alpay cameo." Oh, you already got it? That was quick. Wow. Okay. Sure, of course. Um, Doc is a gift from above. Yes, he is. He is. Well, since I will be arriving from outer space, that's fitting.
Yeah. I was gonna say
That's
that before I
great.
even saw in the chat. I was gonna say from outer space.
Yeah. Doc is Space Godzilla with a giant. Oh, that's great, Panda.
Oh my.
Oh man, that's funny. Hi, Cal Bishop. Um, yeah. Oh wow. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I remember that about you, Cal, that you have chronic pain condition yourself. New infusion treatment hopefully makes them less frequent. Well, I hope that helps. I hope that helps. I've heard about things like that for certain types of pain conditions. Boy, I wish that I had something that were diagnosable, that they could say, okay, you can do this infusion thing that will help. Like, I don't know. Or maybe I'm just not in a location that offers that kind of thing. I don't know. But I hope it helps you. Um, Universal healthcare and pet care now. That would be great. Yeah. If only. If only, Cal. I don't think we're ever getting definitely not getting universal healthcare here. Not in this decade, and probably not in the next one either. I hate to be a pessimist, but it's just not looking, things are not looking very promising. Uh, things have never looked less promising, as a matter of fact. But let's stay positive and not go down that dark path. Um, Dieter dropped the link to Ryan's From group on Facebook. Definitely check it out if you haven't seen his group. He's an admin in a really large Facebook group. Um, Dieter's significant other of Kier. Oh no, brother. Significant other brother or son. What is it? Is it significant other, or I think brother of Kier?
Significant
Yeah,
brother?
yeah. I don't know, but either way, it's funny. Um,
Brother from another mother.
and
Oh, significant brother sounds like a bad porno name.
oh yeah, it does.
I'm just significant,
Um,
okay?
yeah.
I hope you're ready for a significant experience.
Yeah. Um, so so Dieter dropped this and it reminded me of something, and I really wish I had seen this last time that I had gotten a donation. I didn't see it until hours into the live, and the person had already left, but in case she happens to listen to this on the replay or is listening but not chatting, I wanted to say thank you to Rose Jones for the incredibly generous donation that she sent through Cashapp. Um, to put toward Boo's medical bills. Thank you so much to Rose Jones for that. I'm gonna keep on saying it, in the hope that maybe she'll hear it. um, because that was so kind, and I was so mad at myself that I don't for some reason I don't get notifications when I get emails on my phone. I need to alter my settings or something. I didn't check it till she had already left. It was later in the live. So, um, but yeah, thank you so much for that. Thank you to Brian, aka Quality Reacts, for his donation for the same purpose, which he did in the middle of his most recent live stream. Extremely kind of him to do. He shared his screen, went over to my YouTube stream from Wednesday night, put that up on the screen, and he literally sent me a donation while he was in the middle of his live stream. Um, and then two other people from his chat also sent me generous donations during the live stream, and I could not be more thankful to him for that. That was amazing of him to do. He's an amazing guy. If you don't follow his channel, and you like rap, if you like Kendrick Lamar, hip hop reactions in general, because he doesn't just cover Kendrick Lamar, but these days that's like the biggest story. That's the biggest thing that people are reacting to. But check out his channel. He's hilarious. He's my favorite reactor now. He's a riot. He could be a stand-up comic. That's how funny he is. So anyway, thank you to all of those lovely people, and any little bit helps. It doesn't need to be a lot of money. These people just happen to go nuts, but you know, um, but any little bit adds up. It really does. Um, and and the information for all those things, it's in the description of the video too, the Cash App and the Venmo and the PayPal, which has Dieter's name on it, but the funds go toward uh, expenses for me and my channel, and also for reimbursing him for the laptop cost. So anyway, Ryan ordered a cameo from Doug. Yeah, Doug told me that actually. Ryan was Doug told me that. So he said he's gonna make your cameo tomorrow, actually. I was just chatting with him earlier on Instagram. Um, yes, hey there, Scott. Yes, please like, subscribe, share, ring the notification bell, like he said. Thank you so much, Scott. And I just hit for some reason I've had an uptick in subscribers lately, which is it's just nice to see any movement on it because I was kind of stuck for a while, not really going anywhere, um and now all of a sudden it just jumped up by like 30 subscribers in the last couple of weeks, which is for me that's a lot. And I think it may have a lot to do with Koala T again because he keeps putting my channel up on screen, and I keep noticing my subscriber count is rising even though my videos are very um the views are very modest, shall we say. So it's not my videos right now that are getting the attention. He's the one getting attention for me, which I really appreciate. Um I'm still plugging away. I will say my episode 5 Handmaid's Tale video got the highest views I've gotten yet. It got over 800 views, which shocked me. I stopped even I was getting kind of depressed by the view count but being so low on Handmaid's Tale and Last of Us videos, so I stopped even paying attention to it. And so I didn't even look, and then I opened YouTube and just happened to see that it was over 800 views. I thought, "What the hell? When did that happen?" So, that's great. Thank you to everyone who's been supporting the Handmaid's Tale videos. They're actually doing way better than my Last of Us videos, which I never would have foreseen because The Last of Us is just a lot more popular, but people are pissed at the show, and I get it. Um, so thank you to everyone who's been watching those videos, giving me, helping with the algorithm, even if you don't watch The Handmaid's Tale. I know, like some people have been helping me out, just giving it a quick view. You don't have to watch the whole thing. They're long videos, but just even a few minutes, having it on mute, playing it a few minutes, and that counts as a view, even if it's 30 seconds. But it helps me more if you do stream it a little bit longer, because if YouTube sees I'm only getting 30-second views a lot of the time, then that can actually hurt me, according to Tony. So I he's teaching me a lot about
You can
stuff. I actually talked to Tony a lot recently, and he's just been giving me advice on stuff like that. Um so yeah, thank you to everyone who's been doing that, hitting the like button on those videos, even if you don't watch the show. Because all of that stuff, a view, a like, throwing a comment in with an emoji or whatever, even if you don't watch it, helps push the video out to more people who do watch the show through the algorithm. And it seems to be working. I've been asking since I started asking people to do this, it does seem to actually be working because I've seen the views going up. I've never had I've never had one that was over 500 something views, and this one is 800 something right now, which is a big bump. So I really appreciate the support on that. And I released one yesterday on episode 6. So if you watch the show or know somebody who does, or want to just throw it a view really quick, that's on my channel now. It's the latest video on my channel. I worked really hard on that one, including the hour and a half I wasted thinking my mic was working when it wasn't. I'm very proud of that one. I worked hard on it. I'm not gonna lie, I was taking a bit of a victory lap because I was proven right on a major character in the series, and but I wasn't smug about it. I really wasn't. And I enjoyed it anyway. So okay. Moving on. I'm just gonna quickly catch up with the chat here so we can. I like shallow dives with Julie. Um, Julie goes snorkeling. I like that. Julie B goes snorkeling. Short dives. Oh God, Dirty Jeter strikes again. First shallow, then deep.
Shallow
Yeah.
dive sounds like
What was-
something if we watch a show and we just talk about the clothing that the characters are wearing. And some
Yeah.
superficial stuff.
Yeah.
People's
We
hair.
could
We just
totally.
talk about like Christie's hair a lot.
Yeah. Just talk about Christie's hair. Yeah. Mr. Frogman, yeah. Well, I'm with you, Mr. Frogman, with the rolling eyes. Whoa, who cracked open a beer? Panda.
Oh, that was
Um,
me. That was me, Panda.
I didn't hear it. But
I was trying to do it
like
under the table all sly and stuff, and I guess somebody heard it.
well,
Friday.
then
I'm not alone then.
why not? Well, if I were a petty, ridiculous person, then I would like kick you out and like cast you out of my circle for that. Because apparently, recently there in the rap reacting community, there was a big scuffle over this dude who was part of a kind of collective of rap reactors who would collaborate together, and they had a Discord where they would all post stuff. And one time they were doing a stream recently, and they were all on camera, so the problem was that it was on camera. That made it worse. This guy was talking, and while he was in the middle of talking, this other dude, he just I guess he was just kind of not impressed by whatever the guy was saying, and he just wanted to be um like, I don't know. I guess he thought he was being funny and irreverent, but just basically kind of blowing off what he was saying. He lifted up a can right up in front of the camera, and he turned his mic on, and
Oh yeah.
opened the can right in front of the mic, and then turned the mic off and took a sip out of his beer, right in the middle of like the guy talking, and then the guy got kicked out of the collective, got kicked out of the Discord. The guy who opened the beer. Um, so he got basically shunned for it, and then he went on his YouTube and whined about it, and that made it worse. Um, People were then
I was
attacking
just
him
trying to open it under the table. I'm quiet, like it's not even a beer. It's not a beer. I was kidding.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's a Monster
It's
Energy
fine.
drink.
You just happened to remind me of that, and then ever since then,
But now I'm scared that you're
Koala
gonna
has
kick me out.
no. You just reminded me of that whole silly thing. Personally, I think that kicking him out over that was unnecessary, even though he did it on purpose to be disrespectful.
Yeah,
I mean, come on.
yeah, he was being I think he was trying to be funny, but it just didn't work.
It just didn't work. But ever since then, Koala, now one of his new catchphrases is, if you're feeling unbothered, if you're feeling unbothered today, and you're not gonna let anything get to you, you don't give a shit, then crack a beer open, turn the damn mic off. and then Beer's in the chat, and ever since then it's taken off, so it's now an inside joke in the Koala T Reacts community. Because he was just cracking up laughing. He just found the whole thing so hilarious. The guy cracks the beer open, turns the damn mic off. It was just so disrespectful and funny. And anyway, so that's now the catchphrase on his thing, and no one else would even understand the reference, I guess, unless they paid attention to the rap reactor community, because even a lot of rap fans don't. But take us to Kendrick with you. Well,
if I would go for a beer though, I'd go for a sour because I like sour beers. It's just hard to find a good sour beer. Anybody in the chat recommend a sour beer? Let me know.
okay. Yeah, I'm not a
But it's
fan of
not beer.
beer of any kind. Not my
I
thing.
like beer.
Are
But
you drinking beer, Doc?
I have a Heineken here.
Oh, a Heineken. Pass the ribbon. I'm sorry. You never seen the Blue Velvet?
No.
There's a scene with Dennis Hopper and Kyle McLaughlin orders a Heineken, and he's like, Heineken, Heineken, no, Pabst Blue Ribbon. You have to see it.
Yeah.
That's for one of the David Lynch fans in the chat.
I remember drinking PBRs in college.
Yeah, it's kind of like a hipster beer. It's like usually like a $3 special at most of the bars in San Diego I used to frequent. Chimay's pretty good.
I haven't had that
Brenda
one before.
recommended Chimay in the chat. That's
My
like a
favorite is
champagne of
probably,
beers.
my favorites are the Honey Brown, which I haven't found in a while, and the Pumpkinhead pumpkin beer. Can't remember what that one's called. It's got a special name.
Yeah,
I think it's
yeah.
just Pumpkinhead.
Yeah.
By Shipyard.
Yeah, I have some kind of sour
Carla,
jolly pumpkin upstairs, but I haven't opened it. I thought I was going to drink more during COVID, and then I ended up drinking less, and it was really weird. I went from
I
like a
never do call.
cocktail girl, because I always made cocktails and stuff at steampunk cons, to just not making cocktails in my house. It was really weird.
Yeah, I've never gotten into alcohol. Just doesn't do it for me. I don't like the taste, so I just never partake in it. Um, and Carla, I wish I could, if I had a way that I could live stream and not have to hold up the phone the whole time, I totally would just live stream the whole thing, because that's what Jay Black did. He's a very popular rap reactor, and he live streamed the entire Kendrick concert except for the encore. But I can't do that. But I'll definitely do a little bit. I definitely want to do a little bit. Plus, if I did it the whole time, I wouldn't be able to take any photos or video at the same time. So, but I'll do a little bit. I mean, how can I resist the temptation to do it? I have a channel and I'll be there, so why not? 23 likes. Thank you, Panda Kalima. Appreciate it. Always keeping track. Okay, trying to catch up now. Thank you, Kimberly. Appreciate it. Thank you. And yes, Doug is such a kind human. It was an amazing cameo. He really went the extra mile for you on that, but not surprised. I mean, he goes the extra mile on everyone he does. I've seen multiple cameos now, and they're phenomenal. Um, okay. Oh, thank you for sharing the link to Koala T's channel, Dieter. Hey, Grant Gregory, nice to see you. You're on your way. Yeah, so now I'm up to a few days ago I was at 1.81K, now I'm at 1.82K. I don't usually see movement like this. And I was at 1.8 like a week ago. So I'm seeing some movement that I hadn't before, which is great. Wolf Spear, I actually have tried CBD and THC gummies about 2 years ago. I think maybe if I found a different strain, it would help because the ones I tried didn't help. As a matter of fact, I got this crazy burning pain in my head. It was really weird. I think it caused worse pain at the time, which is so strange. Um, but it's something that I want to revisit. It's just hard to control what strain you're getting when they're gummies. It's easier if you smoke it, and I really wanted to avoid smoking it. I don't want to damage my lungs, but if I have to, then maybe it's worth it for the relief, for the pain relief. Um, oh, Dieter, thank you. That's very sweet. Thank you very much. That's so kind of you. You don't have to do that. I know you're under a crunch right now with your financial situation because of what happened, the totaled car and all, but I really appreciate it. Um, okay. Remember us little people when you hit the big time. Yeah, I doubt it, Panda Kalima, but uh, who knows? Honestly, KP was saying crazy things like, well, by the end of 2026 that I'll be at 100,000 subscribers. I don't see that kind of thing happening. But okay, and speak of the devil, there he is. There he is. I was literally
Did
just
you say
saying
his name 3 times
KP.
like Beetlejuice or what?
That's funny.
If I
I
ring the bell,
literally
will
just
Mackie
brought him
show
up.
up?
But yeah, well, we have summoned people before. I have witchy skills. Technically, he was already here and I was behind the chat, but usually, like, I'll say someone, I'll bring someone up, I'll say someone's name and then they appear in the chat or they show up, like Doug. Yeah. Um,
Doug.
um, what else? Okay, I'm scrolling down. Julie B toe dipping.
That's your
See guys
32nd one.
talking about beer. Um, wait, Critter, isn't Critter the same as is Critter someone different than Mr. Frogman? I thought they were the same person. Doc, dude, are they the same person or are they two different people?
Maybe he has a second account,
Okay. Yeah, because he was in the
or he
chat as
changed
Mr.
his name.
Frogman. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, uh, we need someone else to say Doug a third time. Oh, I just did it.
Yeah. Maybe we can summon him. No, he had to go to bed earlier tonight because he's been having some really early days doing some kind of patient, I forget what he calls it. Some kind of what does he called it? Standardized patient work or something. He I think for it's like for med students, he basically they hire him to act as a patient, pretend or something. I think that's how it is. I think that's what it is, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So he was heading right to bed the last I spoke to him. Um, so I don't think we'll be summoning him this time unless he's getting up in the middle of the night for a few minutes, which has happened. That's
Yeah, it
happened
has
before,
happened.
actually.
Yeah.
It has happened. So, aw, don't worry about it, Critter. Uh, everything is medical bills and rehab bills. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Um, Everything is so expensive right now. Times are tough. Believe me, I know that. Please don't feel bad. I don't expect, I would never expect that of
I
anybody, but
have
if people,
by the way, drank the beer that they're mentioning, the Lindemans. I've had it, it's good. The raspberry ale. It's pretty good. That's all I had to say. I can't highlight anything.
okay, yeah,
Did
yeah,
they
yeah,
have
yeah, the
did they have the
Heineken.
Dell one? The Dell Lemonade one?
The what?
Did they have the Dell Lemonade one?
The lemonade. I don't know. I've never heard of
Okay,
that
because
one.
those were okay. They weren't great, but they were okay.
See, I don't like normal
Um,
beer, and I like whiskeys and things like that. So a sour kind of fits that same kind of profile. like higher alcohol content. It's got it vibes better with me than like something that's hoppy.
Okay.
So I finally caught up with the chat, which means we can finally get into our topic of discussion. And I need to pull up actually all those worksheets and see where we left off. And I know you, well, you can tell me where we left off, and then I'll follow along,
Well,
Doc.
well, we
We're
had
gonna
left
be,
off.
di-
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say we're gonna be diving back into the same thing we've seen, the same theme we covered last week, which just lent to such awesome discussion that yeah, we could only get through a fraction of what you prepared. So it just shows what a success that was, because it sparked a lot of really interesting conversation. I appreciate all the work that you did.
Thank you. And I think we were able to kind of get in all of I think we were able to repeat things enough to kind of iron everything in. So I think it was actually a really good lesson, and we went over a bunch of different things too. I just want to actually mute myself for a moment to fix my headphones.
Oh, actually, that while you're doing that, I forgot to play Bill Chill's cameo, so I'll do that while you're fixing those. So this is the cameo that Doug just made for Bill Chill, who won this in our stream on Wednesday night. So here we go.
Well, that was quick.
Hey there, Bill Chill. Man in Yellow here, along with his ubiquitous alter ego. So I understand you were born in Philly, eh? That's a city I have yet to have the good fortune to visit. And raised in the South. Whereabouts in the South? I saw a whole lot of the southern U.S. back in 2001, 2002 when I did my bike trip from L.A. to St. Augustine, Florida. And you love Sarah on From, do you? Well, what's not to love? The most misunderstood woman in Fromville, if you ask me. Anyway, I apologize for the belated nature of this greeting, but under the circumstances, that's literally the luck of the draw, isn't it? Anyway, I would like to honor the occasion with a little tune I put together on the old standby here, so I hope you enjoy it. Here we go. All the best, buddy. Take care.
Aw,
That was awesome.
that was
Oh,
adorable.
oh my God, I was excited when I saw him pull out the harmonica. I was like, yes, more
I thought
harmonica.
he was gonna put sunglasses on like his doll had before he put the harmonica to his mouth. I thought we were
That's
getting all like
great.
bluesy.
Oh, Dieter made this. He took a picture a photograph I took of Boo, and he fed it into an AI thing, and that, I swear to God, that might as well be Boo right there. That looks exactly like her. The size, even the size compared to me, is spot on. The short little legs, the short tail, the little head, and the little ears. I mean, kind of, you know, her body is kind of disproportionate to like her limbs, her tail, and her head. That's like exactly right. And the coloring, that completely fits Boo. So that's really sweet. Thank you. That's adorable. Thank you for making these. And this is beautiful too. Beautiful. Love it. Thank you so much. He uploaded these so that I could show them. Thank you so much. And that is what is this? Oh, that's the new Tan Chen doll. Um, that Love Crochet by Alexis just made. Cool. Oh, she did an amazing job. I mean, I like, it's amazing how much she can do with just basic features. How she can
Do
make
you
it
have a
look.
picture that you can show us?
Yeah, let me see. I have one where of her wearing that outfit. That's from season 3 that she dressed like that. So let me see. I'll pull it up because I know I remember that outfit. It was where was it? Season 3. I have a lot of albums full of pictures now. I think it was the first episode actually. Season 3, episode 1 when they were having the riot on the diner, she was dressed like that. Yeah, wait a minute. Yep, here we go. I've already got it. Um, okay. So now I can't put them up at the same time, but I just try and remember like the hair. It's got the side part. It's got the eyebrows, kind of straight eyebrows, and then there's the outfit. And now I'll switch and I'll just share my screen and you can see it really does look like about as much like her as a doll can look that has simple features. Where is it? Should be showing now. Yeah, yeah.
So does
She
she
did a
come with
great
a cup
job.
of tea? Does she have a cup of tea with her?
She should, or a teapot. She's always giving other people tea. She's doing a
Accessories
great
not
job.
included.
Hmm She's doing a great job as always. Oh, shoot, I forgot. I have one more. I have one more cameo to show, and then we will get back on tracking and get going with this. Um, but I want to make sure Jeter has a chance to be here while he happens to be in the chat. Um, and if you want to check out her dolls and order one, send her a DM. He dropped the link right there to Love Crochet by Alexis. Okay, this is the cameo. I'm excited for this. This is a cameo that Dieter ordered from David Alpay. So, okay, last thing, and then we're gonna start FROMacademy. Here we go.
Dieter, it's Jade. I'm trying to film this on an old 8mm camera and sending it off via snail mail out of town. I'm really hoping it gets to you. I have a mystery here that I need to solve, and I can't seem to solve it myself. I don't know what it is. It's either total lack of sleep because of these monsters, or I don't know what the heck. But look, I want you to see something. Do you see this? Everywhere, everywhere. Can you see that? What is that? Clamshells. Look at this. Gosh, I really hope you can see this. They're everywhere. There's hundreds of them. Everywhere I look, there's clams. It was raining clams last night. I don't know what's going on. First the crows, then the trees, then clams are falling from the sky. Dieter, you gotta help me solve this problem. I don't know what it is. Why are clams falling from the sky? And why isn't there more seafood? Like, I could really use some fried fish, or some lobster would be nice. Maybe some oysters? Why is it just clams? What does it mean? What does it mean? Is it global warming? Why is it raining clams? Oh, another clam! There's more clams! Clam. Can you please help me solve this mystery? It's raining clams. It's raining clams in Fromtown. I'm losing my mind. Maybe there's no clams. Maybe I'm just hallucinating them. Maybe if I cut all the clams in the shape of a symbol. No, I can't go down that road again. It's too much. Help me!
That was amazing. And
That is
apparently
so
there are planes
great.
in Fromtown.
Oh, I love it. He's a riot. Oh my God, he's so naturally funny. There's so much of Jade that's just David. It's very clear once you see these cameos that he's just naturally zany and hilarious, and a lot of Jade is just David. The best parts of Jade. That's so cool. Yeah, good for you getting yourself a cameo, Dieter. You should have one for yourself. and there's a discount for Mother's Day this weekend. I think it might still be going on. I think it's 50% off, so I think the cameos are like $50. So, FYI, there should still be a discount going on. Normally, it's a lot more. So it was great. Um, yeah, I just adore him. I can't get enough of David Alpay. I wish I wish he had more screen time on From. As the cast has expanded, he hasn't had as much as he did in season one, and I really miss that. Um, they have to divide up the screen time more, so we don't get as much of Jade. So I think it's time for another massacre. Time for another massacre. Anyway, Doc, so what do you want to start with here tonight?
I actually want to start with while Scarlet is still here. Scarlet, are you still here?
Yes, I am. I was about ready to
Oh,
take out
okay.
some mail. I was about ready to do some mailing, but I'll stick around.
Okay, because the first thing that I want to pull up is where did I put it on here?
Suspenseful.
I have
Did I do a drum
too many
roll?
notes. Is this it? No, this is not it. No. Oh, right here. Common formula. All right, so I want to go over some common formulas in mysteries and mystery box shows and stories, and Agatha Christie is among them. And
Oh,
I know that you're covering Toward Zero on Sci-Fi Vision,
yeah. Oh,
so I figure I might want to get to that while you're still here.
oh, okay. Yeah, I watched two different versions of it. I watched the version we covered, and then I watched the one from the 80s, the Miss Marple one, with Julianne Sands and Tom Baker in it.
Oh, I'll have to check that out. I didn't even know that there was one.
Yeah, I didn't know either. I was just looking it up to look up the book from the library, and that came up, and I got it faster than the actual book because I have the interloan in the book.
Okay. All right. Well, so I guess
Sounds
I'll
good.
start off with.
Um,
Go ahead.
by the way, Doc, do you have like an alter ego screen name as Howling, what is it? Howling Coywolf by any chance?
Yeah, that's a really old one, and that I had a lot of them that were like similarly named because I don't know, I just kept making different screen names at that time.
What in the because
It wasn't an alter ego, it was just like a screen name
because
from way
I got
back in the
a
day.
yeah, because I got a cash. I think I don't remember if it was Cashapp or Venmo, and
PayPal.
it said Howling Coywolf, and I was like, who
Mm.
the hell is Howling Coywolf, and how do I thank them? It's like, what the hell? I don't,
I
because
didn't even
normally, it'll be like somebody's name and they'll say who they are in the message, but I didn't know who it was. Thank you. I don't I may have my brain is scrambled lately, so I may have forgotten to say thank you, but thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Yeah, I didn't even realize
Thank
that
you.
my name came up as that on there. That's funny.
So your
Yeah, I
birthday?
didn't know. So I mentioned it during a live that this person sent me not last one, but the one before, I think. I said, I don't know who they are. And then eventually Dieter told me it was you. But this week I've been, my brain is out to lunch because of what happened with Boo. So if I didn't thank you very much. And I wanted to thank you on a live. I don't know if I did that either. So anyway,
Well, you're very
um,
welcome. And technically, it's from my human host.
okay then. That explains it, the difference in name there. I
Yeah,
no,
it's
I
from before I
believed you.
possessed him.
I believed you, Dieter. I believed you. I just was, praising it that way to be funny. I believed Dieter when he told me. Anyway, so anyway, um, I've got the um, I've got the folder open with all the worksheets and stuff. So which is the one that we're starting with again?
Okay, to help you navigate the maze of the folders, it's in closing the case, and then it's oh wait, no, it isn't. I thought
Okay.
it was.
Back it up.
Hold on, I gotta back it up. Oh no, it's in the main folder. I meant to put it under that folder, but it's not there. It's under the main folder with the worksheets. So it's common formulas and approaches in lowercase for the title.
Got it. Okay.
I actually put that one together while waiting for the stream to start.
Oh, nice. There
All
we go.
right. So, we'll start with the core mystery box concept.
Mhm.
All right. Core mystery box concept. Mystery box is defined as an intriguing question a story asks, with implied promise that it will be answered by the conclusion. It's framed as metaphor for storytelling where the audience doesn't know everything from the start. The idea is to engage the audience and spark imagination by focusing on infinite possibility and the joy of not knowing the answer right away. It makes the audience want to watch every second and try to figure things out, acting as a page turner in book terms. One moment. Concept originated with J.J. Abrams, who described it as using a physical mystery box he never opened, finding the potential of its unknown contents more interesting than the reality. And mystery boxes are not limited to the mystery genre. They can be used in various stories to create intrigue and drive audience engagement. So there can be pitfalls of the mystery box as seen in Lost and Force Awakens. The core critique with Lost and Star Wars is a tendency to open many interesting mystery boxes without providing satisfying conclusions, which can, of course, lead to disappointment. Lost is cited as a primary example where creative mysteries were never answered well or the answers felt poorly thought out. Some reasons suggested for Lost issues included writers changing the original plans due to internet community theorizing correct solutions, external factors like strikes or actor issues, and focusing on character drama like a love triangle over its mysteries. Another major flaw highlighted is when mystery box disregards the importance of the final answer, especially if the mystery is critical to the plot's function or the character's motivation. Now, 1 second. So some tips for so right now I'm going over basically what tips would be if you were writing a mystery, and going over kind of formulas and different suggestions that are used to create these shows. So
Mhm.
oh, and actually before, hold on, because I wanted to give credit to people because these were actually researched from videos.
Yeah, I know I haven't finished watching Lost yet, but I know that there are issues with the way um they left a lot unanswered, like certain mysteries were not planned out. So it's like they were just kind of winging it in the beginning, and then so if you don't plan a mystery box from the start, then you could have some really unresolved questions that just get dropped. And so people were frustrated with that. I know. So like that's a classic example. Um and disregarding, you know, I never want to see a mystery box show disregard the importance of the final answer. And I know character drama is important, and like it with Lost and with From, it does it in both cases it does seem like the character drama is more important to the showrunners than the mystery. And I've heard statements from the people who make From, like it's not about the mystery really, it's about the character development and what they're going through and stuff. That's what they're more concerned about. But like they said like there isn't going to be some some giant reveal at the end, like but I wouldn't be too discouraged by that because clearly the mysteries are also important to them. It's just not for them. It's not what the number one thing that they are most invested in. But they've already proven to me that they're invested in this as a mystery box series because they're paying off mysteries that have been foreshadowed from the very beginning of the series. So after season 3 and after going back and doing starting a rewatch, I feel much more confident that they do care about the mystery in this case. So
Yeah, I feel
I
the
think so
same
too.
way because I'm gonna throw it in there. I'm gonna throw Yellow Jackets in there because it's 3 seasons as well. But they actually kind of outdid David Lynch with the Twin Peaks mystery of who killed Laura Palmer that kind of landed in the second season. And they drug out Pit Girl, which was the first scene, all the way to the end of season 3.
Hmm.
Good job, you guys. And they still
I
have a
thought it
ton
was
of
well done.
mysteries yet to solve, but I figured they were going to have to eventually solve those. But I mean, I think it's nice to have those and then have other doors open, other mysteries.
I
sure.
agree.
But I thought they did a good job. I thought they stuck the landing on a couple long-term mysteries that it had, without spoiling it for Julie if she ever watches it.
Yeah, which I do want to. So hey Zoe, nice to see you. And I remember Zoe from last time, but Dieter pops in and out while he's working, so he can't catch everybody. So anyway, so where were we?
Oh, I want to quickly give credit for this section because this section, these were I compiled this from videos that I watched yesterday, and then I had AI put a bunch of notes together for me. Um, so we got The Secret Formula to Agatha Christie's Murders, a TED Ed talk, How to Plot Clues by Joe Webb, The Storyteller, Glass Onion, Agatha Christie, and 3 Rules on Something by Roughest Drafts, 5 Tips to Mystery Writing Boxes, What Can We Learn by Running to Write, Mystery Box Problem in Fantasy TV by Bookborn, by J.J. Abrams' Mystery Box is Terrible by Literature Devil, and Crafting Intrigue, the Mystery Box and Storytelling.
I'm gonna be looking at Literature Devil.
Well, that J.J. Abram one. I mean, jeez. Um, tell us how you really
There
feel.
is this guy named Chase Bridges that does Can I Solve like Twin Peaks. He hasn't seen any of these shows, but he has a whole board out, like a whole board of Red Strike and everything to like try to solve shows like School Spirits and Twin Peaks and Yellow Jackets.
Oh, that's right. I meant to watch that.
Yeah, they're really cool. He puts up everybody's pictures and he comes up with these crazy theories, but they actually kind of make sense. Like I've seen Twin Peaks countless times, but what he was saying with like who he thought was a suspect really made sense to me from the way he was viewing it. So that was cool.
Um, yeah, I'm looking forward to finally watching Twin Peaks. Um, once
That's the,
things wind down a little bit, I want to really commit to that.
Okay.
Because the Handmaid's Tale and The Last of Us, they both end around the same time,
Mm-hmm.
within a week of each other, and so that like one of them has 4 episodes left and the other has 3, so things will be less hectic then. I really do want to watch Twin Peaks um and maybe do a little bit of coverage like on here, discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Well, glad we could keep you company while you do housework, Miss J. Miss J. And see you later. See you later, Dieter. Sorry we didn't start sooner. uh, glad you could be here.
see you,
Okay.
Dieter. All right.
Okay.
Part 3. Tips for crafting satisfying mystery boxes. Guessable. It's acceptable. All right. Let's see. You want it to be guessable. It's acceptable if readers or viewers can predict solutions. Hints should be present, but not overly obvious, so that some can theorize correctly, but not everyone will grasp them or understand exactly what they mean. Characters shouldn't lag too far behind the audience in making deductions. Don't keep it simple. The answer shouldn't be the most obvious solution. Include complications, wrenches, or roadblocks that make the simple answer incorrect. Not plot relevant, optional. An optional thing is that the mystery isn't plot relevant. A great mystery box can be part of the setting or flow from world building rather than being the main plot itself. These elements can function as obstacles or dangers for the characters while the audience pieces together the larger concepts. The main story should still be interesting even if the mystery box elements are removed, such as Wednesday. It's a show where the central drama felt secondary to the relationships and emotional experiences, even though there's a mystery driving motivations. You want it to be worth rereading, worth rewatching. A well-written story remains engaging. Characters should be sympathetic, even if the mystery is solved. They should still be sympathetic, even if the mystery is solved. Discovering new hints or gaining a deeper understanding on subsequent viewings or readings can enhance the experience. And you want to get a second opinion. Writers should plan the mystery box closures or outline and use beta readers to check if clues are noticed or correctly interpreted, adjusting hints as needed. 4. Agatha Christie's mystery formula, applicable to the mystery genre. Christie's mysteries are described as cleverly constructed puzzle boxes of clues, misdirection, and human drama. Her approach includes specific rules and techniques. Withhold. The truth is hidden through the careful selection of the details. These can be innocuous seeming details that reveal a character or speak volumes. The details used to misdirect the audience. This involves techniques like gaslighting or misdirection, but the ultimate answer must have been accessible or in plain sight, so a reader could guess it. Avoid revealing key information from nowhere. Chekhov's gun. Ensure every element in the story has a purpose. If something is introduced early on, like a pistol, it should be used later. Christie is noted for making her stories compact with no superfluous details. Red herring. Something included to mislead or distract the audience, potentially leading them to a false conclusion. Red herrings aid to withhold information and make the audience look in the wrong direction. And then there were none explicitly includes a red herring reference. Characters can also function as red herrings. Other elements of her formula include using isolated settings. This limits suspects and builds tension, and employ simple, predictable characters, though sometimes relying on, she would employ simple, predictable characters, though sometimes relying on problematic stereotypes to manage the suspects. She used memorable but not immediately understood clues as a carefully laid trail, and she liked to feature outsider detectives whose status helped them gather information.
I love that you literally had a reference to a red herring. That's funny.
Like Towards Zero actually definitely uses the isolated setting, because it only really takes place at a manor house and then a hotel that's across the waterway from the manor house. And
I love that. I love isolated setting locations.
Yeah, I haven't read the book, but I think the book, I mean, it has to, because usually adaptations aren't as good as the book. But one of the problems I have with Towards Zero is that there's an item that's like evidence that the detective gets to figure out who did it, but it's really kind of contrived. and I'll kind of explain it because you'll have to be in the third episode anyway. But somebody has a scrapbook, and I was wondering how the detective would even know of that scrapbook and find the information in the scrapbook that person hadn't been privy to him to just give it to him and show him.
Okay.
Because it wasn't something he took off the shelf and just looked through.
Right. Yeah.
But there were
Yeah, it's
other
a little
clues
weird.
that were connected to that I could figure out before that one. That could be the one for the people that are on their phone while they're watching it.
Yeah. Well, there's just something about I love the tension of an isolated location where a murder mystery is going on. I love like slasher, like the slasher genre when that takes place in an isolated location. I think that's ideal. I've seen that done multiple times. Um, and yeah, I love that kind of thing. So that's just perfect. Because there's no access to outside help. You can't easily escape either. So, out in the middle of nowhere, like I mean, and not just the slasher genre and murder mysteries, but also for the horror genre. Look at The Shining. They're completely alone out there in the middle of a blizzard, and there's no help around for anywhere around. You can't call 911, so it just heightens the stakes.
Yeah.
Um,
One thing I
oh,
like about Towards Zero is it kind of goes backwards instead of forwards. Instead of finding a body first, there's information beforehand of when the thought was implanted of something happening was the zero, and then other things happen instead of a standard mystery where they find a body and then you find the suspects.
right. Yeah. I like that. I like that way of approaching it, the reverse way to the usual. That's cool. Um, Robert here. Hey, Robert, you're awake late tonight. Hi, Robert.
I was gonna say a
Robert says
similar thing.
Robert says I have to humbly disagree because Abrams falsely claims he coined the term, but many scholars say it's from an old interview with Hitchcock or a British playwright in 1960. Oh, Abrams
Oh,
is
thank you.
taking credit for it, huh?
I believe it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be older than Abrams.
Yeah. Oh, Abrams is taking credit for this, huh? Yeah. Um, maybe Abrams is referring to like in the TV realm, but I don't know. There might have been someone who did a TV mystery box before him. I mean, would you consider is Twin Peaks a mystery box? Does that
See, that's
classify?
where I think I've heard it before. I think people have used the term mystery box to describe Twin Peaks, but before, like in the 90s.
Right,
Hmm.
right.
Like before I don't know when Lost started. Before Lost, pre-Lost.
Lost started in like
Pre-Fringe.
2002.
Yeah. Like I've heard it like around the early 90s to describe Twin Peaks.
Well, anyway,
But I guess it does have that. I guess Towards Zero has, the classic red herrings as well. It has the Chekhov's well, I won't say what Chekhov is in it because I know you haven't seen it.
yeah.
I would say
I still
something that
want to
gave
watch
it
it.
away, which would be the perfect Chekhov they have in it, but I'm like, no.
Yeah. 30 likes. Yes. Thank you for the update, Panda. And 30 people watching. Awesome. Yes, please hit the like so people can find the stream. Now I think we left off on number
We're
5,
on 5.
plotting. Yeah,
Do you want to read it?
sure. Plotting mystery clues, puzzle analogy. This approach focuses on the mechanics of laying out clues over 3 stages. Stage 1, suggest a puzzle. Make the character and audience aware that a mystery exists. This often happens when the character stumbles upon the first clue spontaneously and unexpectedly while doing something unrelated. Stage 2, the search. The character begins looking for other clues, puzzle pieces. They might first check an obvious place, the puzzle box, where answers are expected, only to find nothing, initiating the real search. As more clues are found, the picture becomes clearer, leading the character to form theories, which are often wrong initially to prolong the story. Later, pieces are harder to find, potentially requiring the character to find someone who knows where the last piece is. I can totally see how that's playing out in From. I mean, um, they're
Yeah, there's a lot that and towards Zero too, because all the characters are pretty horrible.
oh yeah,
You know, except for a couple of them, they're kind of that like rich, I think I'm a god kind of people.
right. Oh yeah.
So as they all
Insufferable.
get like considered for suspects, you're like, I don't care if that one goes to jail. I don't care if that one gets hung. You know what I mean? In 1940s, they hung
Yep.
people. That's pretty crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. Feel better, Amy. See, Amy is still sick. Um, take care of yourself.
Oh,
Um,
feel better.
um, Scooby-Doo and Elsbeth. What? What is it? Who's Elsbeth? Elizabeth? What? Um, in Scooby-Doo the cartoon with the Scooby-Doo like with the cartoon with the kids, you know, um, with the Scooby-Doo kids, they actually had a character named Red Herring, which was really funny. Um,
Like Fred would
so it
always
was
accuse him.
very yeah, they'd always accuse Red Herring. It was clever. It was a clever literary reference. Um, Robert says, I'm actually going to bed, but Abrams' TED Talk garnished a lot of negative comments because he contradicts Hitchcock's statements about how to solve a mystery box. Oh, I didn't know he did a TED Talk. I'll have to look that up. Good night. Thanks for popping in. Nice to see you.
Good night, Robert.
We're going to be doing more discussion on solving mysteries, and it always leads to interesting uh, lines of conversation regarding From. So so it might be worth rewatch. Um, but we always start these from Academy ones at 12:30 a.m. So I know it's late for a lot of people, unless you're in a different time zone, of course. Um, anyway, so what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was saying with From obviously the characters are aware that a mystery exists when they stumble into Fromville, that spontaneously and unexpectedly, like it says here. They're just driving and then they all of a sudden come upon a fallen tree and they're trapped. Um, so that's the puzzle in being introduced, and then the search, they start looking for clues. They start looking for answers. They like Jade. Jade literally, yeah, Jade does a literal search because he thinks it's an escape room. So he starts searching the town for clues. Um, and and then, they all start forming theories, which are often wrong to initially to prolong the story. So like one of the theories that was wrong was Tabitha wondering if they survived the accident and maybe they were all dead. She suggested that early on to Father Kotri, and recently the showrunners debunked the purgatory theory. So unless they're actually in hell rather than in purgatory and he's just splitting hairs, um, I think we can say that they're alive. So like that's another example where like they introduce the characters introduce theories or come up with theories early that are often wrong to prolong the story. Now uh, for that reason, like we should really take with a grain of salt certain, well, it's kind of tricky because they said on this show the answers to the end are at the beginning. Look at the first couple of episodes and you'll see like there are major clues planted in there, but there are also red herrings, and so any theories they come up with early on are probably going to be wrong, or things that seem like, oh, this is an obvious answer to it, like Jade talking about his quantum computing algorithm. Don't think they didn't know when they wrote that scene. Don't think that they just didn't think that that the fans were gonna jump on that. They knew exactly what they were doing. That's a red herring, I think. It may not be. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's relevant, but in my opinion, it's a red herring, and they did it on purpose. Not that they said, oh, someone said in the show, oh, maybe Jade's company did this. It's not that that happened, but just the fact that they have Jade talking about a quantum computing algorithm company based purely on imagination, naturally fans are going to latch on to that. So that was intentional. I think that's an example of a red herring. So now, so the next one here is, oh, and again, as more clues are found, the picture becomes clearer. So in season 2, Tabitha starts following the Ankui kids around, and the picture starts coming more and more into focus. In season 3, she starts putting more together. She and Jade putting their heads together, comparing their experiences with the kids and figuring out the bottle tree notes. And the picture starts becoming clearer. By the end of season 3, we have some concrete significant answers on the mystery of this show. So we're now getting it's coming more into focus. It's still not solved the whole picture, but it's definitely become clearer by the end of season 3. So that's stage 2. And stage 3, oops, where did I go? Where did it go? I went all the way up to the top by accident. Okay, hold on. Okay. Stage 3 is the reveal. The character finds the final piece leading to the climax. This could be an anticipated reveal. The audience knows where the piece is, and the suspense is whether the character can overcome obstacles, can't even talk, obstacles to reach it, or a total surprise plot twist. um, the character finds a misleading piece they think is the last, only to stumble upon the actual final piece by mistake, which changes the entire understanding of the mystery. Oh, I personally love that. I love a total surprise plot twist ending. Rod Serling was
Mm.
known for those on the Twilight Zone, and that is the most fun for me, but I think we're more likely to get the former rather than the latter on From. We're already seeing major answers about the origins of the place. And they're I don't think they're gonna just do a hard swerve away from all that and say, oops, guess what? Psych. They're all actually in a simulation, and all of this lore that they built up about the Ankui kids getting sacrificed, the their parents turning into monsters because they sacrificed their kids for immortality, and Tabitha and Jade were reincarnated a million times over, not uh, to make up for that. I don't think they're gonna just do a hard swerve in the end and say, "Never mind, all that was bullshit." So, I wouldn't want that. I like a big twist at the end, but I wouldn't want all of that lore to be a waste of our time. So I think we're gonna get the anticipated reveal side of things. Number 6 is Lee Child's cake formula, a refined mystery box, presented as a way to fix the flaws in Abrams' approach. Instead of focusing on simply baking a cake, the finished answer, the focus is on making the audience hungry, building suspense by making them wait. This approach, so, okay, wait a minute. So,
Yeah, that one's not as relevant, but it was an interesting video.
oh, so,
So we finished,
but I
go
feel,
ahead.
I was gonna say, I feel like it sounds more like that's exactly what It sounds more like that's exactly what J.J. Abrams did, though, making the audience hungry by making them wait and not focusing on the finished answer. That it seems like that's what they were doing with Lost, that they were just kind of making them wait and keeping them hungry and not focusing on what the final answer. They didn't even know what the final answer was when they started it. Um, so I don't know if I'm reading this wrong, but what were you gonna say?
Oh, we pretty much finished this particular portion, but there's the next thing I have on this though is basically reverse engineering it. So I've got reverse engineering the mystery box show formulas and techniques, and it's pretty much. Go ahead.
I forgot there was this last bullet point though. It said, this approach asks intriguing questions that are important to the plot, builds suspense by delaying the answer, but crucially, eventually provides the answer. The answer is delivered because it's critical to the plot's function. Now that's how it should be. Yes. I like that.
Mm,
Okay, anyway, go ahead.
Okay, and so I put together a document, basically attempting to reverse engineer these formulas to see if they can help us figure out some of the well, unravel from. So basically, first important thing to do is to identify the core mystery boxes and recognize the key questions that the show is asking early on. These are the primary mystery boxes. What central unexplained phenomena or circumstances are introduced early on? Examples from the sources could included how did a paralyzed man walk after a crash? What was the smoke monster? How did the island keep moving? What is the significance of a particular object, like the briefcase in Pulp Fiction? What is the true identity of masked character in V for Vendetta? Things like that. Look for hints and clues, but expect misdirection. Writers who successfully craft mysteries lay a carefully laid trail of clues. So pay attention to seemingly innocuous or irrelevant details. Be aware of the technique of withholding information by showing only certain details. Writers might intentionally try to make you think one way or even gaslight or misdirect you, kind of like a magician, by highlighting specific elements while not showing others. This can often be aided by red herrings, things designed to mislead or distract you and potentially lead you to a false conclusion. These can be characters or specific details. Do we think we have any, so what kind of information do we feel like is being withheld from us and from?
Hmm.
The way the monsters looked
Um,
before they became monsters. Their
hmm,
backstory.
Mm. Yep,
yeah. Um,
How long it's been going on.
and yeah, how long it's been going on.
The whole cannibal village.
Yeah, that's a
misdirection.
big,
We've been,
I don't know if it's
yeah.
misdirection. It might come back.
no, no, I wasn't calling that misdirection. I was gonna say that I think for like misdirection, we had like the doll in a way.
Oh, they bring up Jasper.
Hmm.
What a disappointment.
Yep.
Have you been gaslit?
Um,
Like gaslit by a TV show?
yep. Yeah, they gaslit us big time. This was the season 3 was really, it did a lot of gaslighting the fans, a lot of trolling the
Oh yeah, the
fans,
tarot cards.
the tarot
Oh yeah,
cards.
Yeah. I feel like that's for trolling. I could call it trolling then.
But it's both, you know, and also, uh, I feel like what else was there was another thing in season 3. Oh yeah, um, Boyd saying he was gonna trap a monster and then just dropping it.
Mhm.
Um, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
and Tilly being all sus and everything, they amped that up more than they even did before. I think that was kind of like a red herring or gaslighting, because they knew what the fans were saying by the time they did season 3, so they made Tilly seem even more sus.
Mhm.
Um, and what about
oh
the
yeah,
withholding?
all that stuff with the bullets, um, and the bile, like to kill the
Mhm.
monsters. That was all like
Yeah, yeah.
gaslighting and misdirection right there, because well, it was also kind of foreshadowing, but foreshadowing something else.
Yeah.
Oh, I just um I just thought of I just thought of something major that's been withheld. I mean, it may or may not be major, but something I think that's being deliberately withheld from us, which is the fate of Eloise. We
Yes.
Mm,
actually got to see what happened to her, and while it may not be crucial to the answer to the whole mystery, it's still a major plot point that I think is being deliberately
Yeah.
withheld.
I guess
And
I guess I was grouping her in Cannibal Village because I feel like she was the one knocking on the, making the noises,
right,
which we have no idea what
yeah,
that was.
yeah, um, and like like Eloise, like the missing there's a missing piece to Victor's flashback, and a lot of people might not have picked up on it, but his flashback and then his mother's flashback, there's that missing piece. There's the one where his mother leaves and then his sister runs after her. From Victor's point of view, Tabitha has the memory of
Hmm.
Miranda getting killed at night. What happened in between? Where's Eloise? It's already
Hmm.
nighttime when
Hmm.
Miranda dies and Eloise is not there. So that's withholding. There's something being withheld there.
Or how far
Um
away trees actually work. There's never really been a definitive answer.
yeah, like they go in
that's
there
true.
and then they're just somewhere else and you don't
Hmm.
actually see
And you
what's
don't know if
happening.
there's any way if they're thinking of something when they go in, or if they have. I mean, there's nothing that's been, like Tabby went in with a lunchbox down the lighthouse, but we don't know if that's what got her to Camden. There's never been a
Right.
definitive answer on any of that, or like how
Yeah.
Sarah does. The boy in white said go through the tree. Maybe it was a safe place for her to go in the basement, so she went there, and it was safe for her, but not safe for Boyd. But why wasn't it safe for Boyd? What were the factors?
Yeah. There's
What are those
there's a
ruins
lot of
all about? There's never really been something about the ruins. The ruins are kind of a big mystery. How do they work?
yeah, what was this place and why
Yeah.
like why is this significant, and yeah, like where'd the ruins come from? And I mean, there's so much of this stuff, so much withholding going on here, and some of it could just be nothing. It might not be relevant at all, and some of it could
Hmm.
actually be significant. Like some people latch on to the Star Magic Motel being missing,
Yeah. Hmm.
and uh, and they don't explain why. And I just think that it's missing because other things are missing too, and it's a mixed up place that's copying parts of the like the home dimension, if you want to call it. I don't like calling it the real world because that implies that this isn't the real world and this is all fake. But I know a lot of people just call it the real world for lack of anything better to call it. And but there's a lighthouse and we didn't see an ocean, so I don't. If that's the case, well then I don't think it's surprising that there'd be a motel sign and a pool, but no motel.
Hmm.
Um, it's just a bunch of missing pieces. I mean, all the buildings in town, they're all different ages too. So I
Hmm.
think it's a bunch of mismatched things that were all kind of thrown together here. All the different ages of the place, of the buildings, that's another thing that doesn't really fit well together. So yeah, there are a lot of examples you could throw out. Um,
Because I can be like, why kimono lady? Why ballerina? you know, why
right.
music box?
Oh God, yeah. Um, yeah, the cicada entity,
Why
many details
cicadas?
withheld on that too. Yeah.
Why worms?
Uh, now I don't, yeah, the worms. Um, yeah, how did, when exactly did Fatima get pregnant? How exactly did that work? Um,
Yeah,
now,
we want to know.
I don't know. This is an interesting one here, this bullet point, because I don't know if this is possible with From. that the ultimate, it says crucially, the ultimate answer must have been accessible and in plain sight. While you'll
Mm.
be misdirected, the key information needed to solve the mystery shouldn't come completely from out of nowhere. If the final reveal feels like it was pulled out of thin air, like a villain being of an unknown evil twin, it might indicate a poorly written mystery. I don't know. I don't know if it's possible to guess everything, but I think it I don't know if it would be in plain sight. Like I think there's a difference between something being in plain sight where you could definitely guess the whole answer. That a difference between that and just coming from out of nowhere. There's a happy medium in between. Like, there's
But plus
like
they mentioned so much in the first like couple of episodes. Like they said, oh, it's revealed in 3 episodes. People have said from the escape room. They said it was an experiment. They said like it was a pocket dimension.
So you can point to a million
right,
things.
Yeah, I mean if they want to like show their hand at the end, they could say, well, it was one of these 10 things we mentioned in the first 3 episodes. A
right.
nightmare realm.
And they said they planted MacGuffins or like key pieces of information also in the first couple of episodes. So while those may not you may not be able to guess everything based on that, it you'll see how it connects back to that. So the answer won't come out of nowhere. I just don't know if it's possible to completely solve the ending right now. Um, that's all. But
I don't
um
know. I'm kind of from the David Lynch school where I don't need a full explanation of everything. I can use my imagination and fill in the gaps.
Me too.
But other people want a definite answer, I'm sure.
Yeah, I need a definite answer. I mean, I don't need them to
You're gonna
explain.
hate David Lynch, Julie. I'm just gonna say, probably on many levels.
Yeah, I fear that's gonna be the case
You
because
probably
I
won't
like
like what he does to the women characters, even though I do think he was a feminist at heart, and having things ambiguous, you know.
Yeah, I don't mind ambiguity, but I don't like an ambiguous ending. Where are the animals coming from? How exactly were they? Yeah, see, these are all
Yeah,
great
where are the
questions.
animals
Where are
coming
the?
from?
Yeah, we don't ever get to see that. We don't see them how they get there in the woods, the
You don't know they
livestock.
just manifest, or a monster smiley like brings them in at night and puts them down.
Yeah, we have no idea. It would be really great information to actually see how
He's
that
in a
happens. And
shepherd outfit with a shepherd's crook, getting the sheep in.
yeah,
The
like
swing lady monster is feeding the chickens. You know,
if they showed us where how the animals are transported there, then maybe they figure, well, it would take away too much of the mystique of the place because you could also then figure out how other stuff got there, like the mismatched buildings and stuff like that. Um, how exactly were the kids sacrificed, like Samuel said. There are clues with the marks on the kids' heads, but it's not spelled out to us at all. Um, who is the boy in white, or what is the boy in white? That's another thing. That's a huge one. That's one of my favorite mysteries in the whole thing. There were 7 stone slabs. What happened to the other 3 kids? Why would there have to be 10? Maybe I'm missing something there. There were only 7 to begin with. So, um, were there 10 stick figures in the cave painting? Is that why? Maybe that's why Samuel said that. Because they might have just had 7 kids between them, all of them. Um, and I don't think they were all parents of the kids. I think some of them may have just been other members of the community, but definitely the parents were included because we were told that people who loved them, the ones who loved and trusted them, killed them. What was in the fanny pack? That would be nice to know. Uh, What was in the fanny pack? Well, that's one question I don't think we will ever get the answer to, and I'm fine with not having every little question answered. I don't need that, but I want a pretty good, solid explanation in the end.
Who is
What do
Martin
the
and who does
monsters
his
do?
nails?
Who does his nails? Yeah, or who? I think it's pretty clear no one's doing his nails in a very, very long time. What do the monsters do for fun? Oh, that's I know that one. They rip people apart. They think that's a blast. What is Jasper? Yes. What the hell is Jasper? I think it's just a symbolic thing. I think he was only ever meant to be symbolic, and then maybe they decided to have some fun and screw with us in season 3. He's symbolic of the fact that this place is trying to use the people there as puppets or like chess pieces, like the analogy that I use all the time. Where is Eloise? Exactly. That was a big one for me. How are they stuck in from? Um, like Bill Chill says, all great questions. Um, yes, they do this in from. They make us wait without giving answers and bring more questions before the final answer is revealed. That's indeed true. Yes, and even when they give you answers, the answers lead to more questions, as we just experienced at the end of season 3. But I'm okay with that as long as they don't have to explain the mechanics of how literally everything works. But you know, at least just give us a clear answer on what is going on here and why in the end. That's all I ask. Oh God, Dieter, you know, to those of us who are into literature, I don't think of climax and immediately have my mind go straight to the gutter. The climax is a very common term in storytelling, literature, TV, and film. Jesus, I can't even say climax without. I am not going to start saying pause every time I say climax. I'm not doing that. That's just silly. Come on, that is silliness now. Um, I hate that, like that term has been co-opted now. Like, no, now we have to feel like we have to say pause because of this. Oh, hey, Justin's here. Hey, Justin. We love MacGuffins. I hope, like Lost on the final episode, they give you a reveal of flashbacks with all the answers, or like the end of every Saw movie. Oh, wow, they do that in Lost. Oh, that's really interesting. I like that. I've gotta finish it to get to that point, but that's so cool. Oh man, that would be amazing. That would be great if they do that with From. I would love that. Oh my God. Evening, morning, everyone. Hi, K Brew. Jesse J2G said something here too. The Anuk and the kids connection is just out there. Yeah, it could be related to Inuit mythology, like Michael has pointed out. So that could be it. That like that's how the Inukshuk is what summons the kids initially. Why does Smelgen or I mean Elgin never change his shirt? Oh man, yeah. Burning questions like that. Burning questions like that. Uh, Origin of the talismans too. Yeah, we didn't see this was withheld from us. Like, where did the
Oh
talismans
yeah.
come from and how did they wind up? Um, oh yeah, something that we didn't get to see enough of. What the hell happened in the 1978 massacre? How did all those people die? Why was the entire town ripped apart and only Victor survived? How was Christopher involved? That's crucial information that was withheld from us, and I think that's actually going to be relevant. Um, Important information as to why the 78 massacre happened. Victor was trying to figure it out in season 3, trying to remember what happened, what he was forgetting, because he was trying to figure out why everybody died, and he did get some answers by digging in his memory, but it still didn't explain why everybody died. We just got some information on how the monster not how the monsters were created, but that's not what we got from Victor. We got you know, the boy in white told Christopher to go to the tree. Well, the information that we ended up getting actually was just it was just basically a guilty conscience thing for Victor. It didn't even give us some great answer to anything. It just told us Victor told his mother the boy in white said Christopher should go to the tree to save the children. Victor told his mother. That was it. It still didn't tell us what Victor was trying to find out, which is why everybody died back then. We still don't know. And we don't know why Christopher was a threat, that Miranda felt she needed to hide her kids from him. We don't know that either. How did he die? Where's his body? So that's all important stuff, and I think they're concealing that for a reason. And also how the if they didn't have talismans back then, did anyone ever have them in a previous cycle? And how'd they get put back in the talisman hut? So that's another thing too. What was Christopher up to? Exactly, Samuel. Why does Elgin's camera see the Komodo lady? Um, yeah, that was kind of a goofy little uh, conceit. Um, Michael said, as far as gaslighting or withholding Victor's imperfect memory seems to be kind of a trope or vehicle for this. Yep. Uh,
Oh yeah.
too bad, too bad Robert went to bed because Robert has some thoughts on this one. This annoys Robert because it's too convenient. It's lazy writing. So, because they can fall back on that. They can retcon history anytime they want, or shoehorn something in anytime they want, like Victor's forgotten sister. We just see his drawings and get only flashes of childhood memory, and then find out he may have misremembered. Yeah, it's extremely frustrating. Yeah, so they can just it's a perfect device. They can retcon anything. Like, oh, guess what? What we thought happened this way didn't really happen this way after all. They retconned Victor's memory of his mother leaving him, and they added in his sister in season 2. Um, anyway, why was Eldred's MP3 player playing the same song that was playing on the jukeboxes in the diner when the bus rolled into town? Yeah, and in Boyd's dream too. Good point. Um, what is the lighthouse slash tower? Bell chill. Yeah, yeah. But why is it there and there's no ocean? We didn't see any ocean. Can I get a crocodile, please? Okay. So, where are we now? We're at look
Let's
for
see.
Chekhov's guns.
Look for Chekhov's guns.
Yep.
Uh,
Um,
oh, was I reading?
yeah, you
All right.
were. You were.
Look for look for Chekhov's guns. Assume that most elements introduced in the story should have a purpose later on. I think we've discussed this a bit in the past too. If a specific object, skill, or piece of information is shown or mentioned, expect it to become relevant. Writers of good mysteries like Agatha Christie make their stories compact with no superfluous details within the mystery itself. That means you should question why anything is included, even things that seem like jokes, like a spear gun or character's dislike for pineapple, can turn out to be significant clues or plot devices. Now, that isn't always the case. There are a lot of good stories that don't make every little thing essential to the mystery or the story itself, because there's a lot of stuff that's flavoring and text and like texturing. And I feel like there's a lot of like that kind of flavoring stuff in From, and some of it is also used as like red herrings.
Yes, and like Doug would say, Doug uses this quote a lot. Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. No. Um, and From viewers should really beware of this little this little blurb here because I think sometimes fans in the community tend to overanalyze every single detail and think that everything means something important, but I don't think that's the case. I think there are probably a lot of red herrings and also just things that are part of the plot development, but not part of the mystery itself. So, yeah, but definitely like you don't want like if you introduce something new to a plot that doesn't need to be there at all, it's just like but it's like a major thing that's there, then it needs to be there for a purpose. It's something that it had no point or like there was no need for this thing to be there unless it's going to matter later. That's a Chekhov's gun. So that's when
Right.
you know it's going to mean something, and that's what I think Eloise is. That's how I think Eloise functions. I've been saying that from the time I first saw that storyline, because I can't say it from the beginning because I wasn't around when season 2 aired. I wasn't, aware of the show yet, but since I saw it, I was like, okay, yeah, she's a Chekhov's gun because there was zero need to introduce a forgotten sister to the plot and then just not even say what happened to her. He didn't even say she died or anything. He just remembered he had a sister. And then it was it. We didn't hear another thing about it until season 3. And in season 3, all of a sudden, he just kind of blurts out, like, casually that his mother and sister died, blah, blah, blah. I don't buy that. And then later, he shows a grave and says, and I was thinking, okay, finally, they're going to resolve this uh, once and for all. So I guess she was introduced just to drag out the emotional impact, not to have a purpose in the plot, because they could have just introduced her, have him remember he had a sister, and oh my god, I had a sister and she died, and use that for emotional impact. Fine. But they didn't. Okay, that would have kind of been annoying, but fine. They dragged it out for a whole season, and then boom, she's got a grave, she's dead. But then he said those 2 words, I think, which still leaves the door open to her being alive. There were only pieces. She was so small. He thinks it's her. Well, that means it's not her. There's no way. There's just no way if if they're still not making it definitive and say yes, that is definitely her. That I think she's still going to be a Chekhov's gun and she's going to come into the plot later. There was zero need to introduce her unless she was going to have a relevance later on. So that would be a Chekhov's gun type of thing. And yeah, like in this case, she's not like a visible entity like a gun or some other item, but yeah, metaphorically, that would be like a Chekhov's gun. Um, and
We're on 4. Follow the character search. Do you want to read this part? It mirrors the part that you read before.
sure. Oh, before I do that, Bill Chill had something to say on this. Chekhov's guns, the mini jukebox in the diner, Jasper, sounds outside of the cabin, and the crows. Well, definitely the sounds outside the cabin because they have to pay that off. That's a great example. They can't introduce all of that stuff, the footsteps, the knocking at the cabins. They can't bring that up 3 different times. You see it happen 2 different times, and then it's brought up in conversation as having happened a 3rd time via exposition. You don't do that unless it's going to mean something and come up later. So that's a perfect example. The mini jukebox, I don't know. I think that one, I don't know if that's a Chekhov's gun. Like, I don't know if it's going to have like a some kind of as yet undetermined function later, but maybe. Jasper could be, or Jasper could just be uh, a source of symbolism rather than a plot device that needs to be used later on. It appeared in season 3 that he was definitely a Chekhov's gun because Victor said that he could talk and he was trying to make Jasper talk in a hilarious fashion. Um, but then now I'm starting to think that he's just there as symbolism for the fact that some entities are trying to use them as puppets. And what was the other one? Crows. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. The crows also might be symbolic, but um could be symbolic of the watcher entity. How did the baby fall off the table? Yeah, that's an interesting one. If that could have relevance somewhere. I again, I wish Robert were here. Robert were here for this question because Robert has a great theory that some entity from this place caused that by calling, by making the phone call that distracted Tabitha and Jim, and the baby fell off the table, and that set all the events into motion that led them to this place. So, and I like that theory, and I personally think could have been the man in yellow. Anyway, seems like the spider webby forest thing could be, yeah, it could potentially be a Chekhov's gun. Yes, it does seem like a kind of major plot point, not really explained yet. And you would think they'd have to return to it later, but I'm starting to think they never will at this point, and that it was just part of a weird hallucination. I don't know. Maybe symbolism as well, in addition to being a hallucination. They're caught in a web of sorts symbolically, but I agree with you. That's kind of a crazy thing to not pay off later with some relevance. So I'll read this one. Follow the character's search, the puzzle analogy. The character's journey often mirrors the audience's path to discovery. Um, oh yeah, because we're following. Oh, I can't talk tonight. We're finding out in real time answers along with the characters, which is cool. Recognize the moment the character and you becomes aware that a mystery exists, usually through an unexpected discovery of the first clue. Observe the character's subsequent search for more puzzle pieces. They might check obvious places first and find nothing, prompting a deeper search. Be aware that theories will be formed based on partial information, and these might be wrong initially. This is part of the process to prolong the story. Understand that finding clues might become harder over time, potentially requiring the character to seek help from others or explore less obvious avenues. Right, like Tabitha and Jade having to work together and even involve Jim to finally solve the bottle tree mystery. So, yeah, that's that's um that's that one. Um this one is prepare for the reveal, anticipated or twist. The mystery will culminate in a reveal at the climax. Um so an anticipated reveal means you likely know where the final answer lies, and the suspense comes from whether the character can overcome obstacles to reach it. A total surprise or plot twist occurs when you and the character think you've found the final piece and solved the mystery, but then stumble upon the actual final piece by mistake, changing your entire understanding. The piece you thought was final might turn out to be misleading evidence or a red herring for the overall solution. So that would be like, again, if they wake up and they're all connected to headsets at the end or something, that would be a complete hard swerve plot twist away from what they've been building up to,
Well,
but
I think
I don't think
that
that's
can be
going to
done
happen.
no, but I think that can be done in softer ways, like things that they thought were one way turn out to be another way. Like it turns out the boy in white becomes the man in yellow, or that Ethan becomes the man in yellow, or something. Um, that would be a twist too.
Yeah, that's true. That would be great. If it's not something that comes out of nowhere and it's still involves like the same, if it doesn't rewrite history and involves the same basic reveals that we've already had, plus a big twist, a big twist, changing our understanding of existing characters and events. That would be cool. I wouldn't mind that at all. Uh, the puzzle analogy. Why is Martin in the dungeon? Yeah, that's right. That's a great question. And was he even really still alive like he said he was, or was he just another manifestation of the entity? If Julie helped Boyd, then why is Martin important? Right. Um, I think it was all mind fuck. That's why for Boyd, just a mind fuck, as far as I'm concerned. Um, but that's just me. Boo is doing much better, Amy. Thank you. Much, much better. She ate a lot yesterday. She's acting like herself. Right now she's sleeping, I think. I guess she got up. Where did she go? She was sleeping next to me on the bed for a while, but she's doing much better. Anyway, um yeah, my cat just got hair all over my face. Yeah, I hate when that happens because I actually have an allergy. So I just tolerate it. I don't even notice it anymore. If you ever hear me sounding like I have a cold, it's just because I do have an allergy to cats, but it's just a mild annoyance. It's worth it to have cats anyway, for me. Um, so this one says evaluate the answers provided. A significant critique of the mystery box, particularly associated with Lost, is the failure to provide satisfying, logical, or well thought out answers. While Lee Child's cake formula suggests successful mysteries build suspense by making the audience wait, but eventually provide answers that are critical to the plot's function, not all shows deliver. Simply asking questions without providing answers or even hints can lead to empty disappointment and make the story feel like a mess. A good mystery box show should provide question, answers along the way, not just endless questions. If the show just piles on mysteries without resolving anything or providing breadcrumbs, it might not be solvable in a satisfying way. The importance of the answer is heightened when the mystery is central to a character's motivation or the plot's function. If a character's key traits or actions rely on an unexplained mystery and no answer is provided, it can feel like a flaw in the writing. Example, Rey's unexplained skills in The Force Awakens. Um, some people feel this way about From, unfortunately, that they're just piling on more questions without answering any. And until season 3, they pretty much were just adding on more questions and not offering answers along the way. But I do think that they provided some satisfying enough answers in season 3. I'm happy with that. Uh, yes, those
I am
answers
too.
led to more questions, but I'm still satisfied with the fact that they did that, and I think it knows where it's going now. I feel confident they know what they're doing. Um, I and now that it gave some answers, you can look back and see the breadcrumbs they were laying, like the reincarnation twist. There were breadcrumbs that allowed people to be able to predict that twist. I got there. I first started thinking it by episode 3 in season 3, and by episode 6, I was convinced of it. Um, so yeah, I don't think From is going to let us down like that in the end. Uh, I'm not worried about it really. I don't think we should expect them to answer everything though. I don't think it will answer literally everything, but as long as the most important questions are answered, I'm satisfied with that.
You mean you
Um,
don't think we'll ever know Dale's middle name?
yeah,
That's important.
sure. Yeah. No, I don't think we ever will. Um, Martin was the carrier. Uh, Michael says Martin was the carrier of the cicada larva curse and had to give it to Boyd for the whole cicada music box entity part of the story. Right. Yeah. And yeah, I think that he was possibly not actually a live human when he was doing it, but possibly a literary reference to uh I thought Tithonus? I don't know how to say that. Um hey AA, nice to see you. Um Ryan is back. So where does the teen monster in season what episode 2 knowing Julie fit into these techniques? Um I think it I mean
Unanswered question.
it could just be that he he was trying to trick her. I always just took it to mean that he was doing what the other monsters have done, which is try to trick them into thinking that there's someone she knows, like the granny monster and um Megan saying that I'm your grandma, and Megan said you don't look like my grandma, and um it's the same kind of thing, like Julie was saying, I don't, well, she didn't say anything, but like the teen monster said, Julie, don't you remember me? It's kind of like Granny saying, let me in. I'm so cold and lonely. And, it's Granny, or whatever it was she said. So it's the same kind of thing, pretending to be somebody that she knows to trick her. And it was starting to work. Julie was moving toward him. So I just think it was probably somebody, like, he was kind of making her think he was somebody she knew from school. But yeah, it could have a deeper meaning. Who knows? With the story walking that she does, it's possible.
I feel like it was an
Okay.
example of how they can get into your head, kind of, and how they play head games. And it could be
Oh yeah,
something else. We don't know yet, though. But yeah, I think it's an
yeah,
unanswered question.
right, exactly. You know, uh, they get into your head like um Kenny's dad thought that he heard his brothers outside the house, so he tried to go outside at night, and that's why they had to move into the clinic. Um, I think that was also, um, again, the monsters getting into his head, making him think that they were someone he knew. Cliffhanger, what is Miranda's relationship with Christopher? I would really like to know exactly what was going on with them and what threat he was to her kids. Um, so yeah, I mean, yeah, the relationship, the main relationship is that the two of them were reincarnated, just like Jade and Tabitha, like the same souls. So they had a child in the original cycle. We know that part. Um, I think that season 4 will be amazing. Hopefully, we do get more answers than we expect, especially who was walking around in Cannibal Village. Yeah, we mentioned that one earlier. I thought it was Eloise, but it sounded supernatural. A lot of us had that thought. I had the thought. A lot of people were thinking that as well. It would be nice if it were something a little more exciting, I guess, than Eloise, but it would be a cool twist, Eloise living out there all that time. Um, so Tailstone. That's great. Uh, what in the world? Theater, what the hell is that? Julie's doing goody for Bowie. Almost time for Lamari. I have some more for your birthday coming up. Aw, thank you. Uh, I don't know how the girl had the guts with seeing how scary Granny was to just open the window. She hypnotized her. It's like she got in her head, and it was like she looked mesmerized, I think. Even though she knew that wasn't her grandma, she said it. And she looked terrifying. Do you guys think that the only way to become a monster is what was told to us last season about sacrificing the children? Or do you think the writers will show us another way? Um, I think that's gonna be the only way. What do you think, Doc?
I think that's, they haven't shown examples, but any other, no, I think that's the only way other than getting in people's heads and like the worms. Uh, uh, yeah, so just getting people's heads.
Right. Um, yeah, there are other entities like the cicada entity, but in terms of the actual shape-shifting monsters, I think that will be it. They won't overcomplicate that part. Forrest Gump monster taps on the glass. Excuse me, would you like a chocolate? It's
There could
funny.
be like maybe an exception if like, I don't know, say like there's a higher up like a man in yellow and is picking a like a successor. I don't know. there could be like some other ritual to become something like what the man in yellow is.
Yeah, I could see that. Sure. Wow, I'm so tired all of a sudden. I got plenty of sleep. Um,
I just cracked open my second Red Bull.
nice. Um, Michael says want to know more about their interaction while in Fromville. Yes, Miranda and Christopher. Yeah, there's something that is being deliberately left out, I think. And more generally, more about the last cycle. Yeah, they're deliberately leaving out that information, I think, to hide something from us about why that final massacre happened and how it happened. Because I don't think it was the traditional way. I don't think that all of a sudden the monsters ripped open everyone in town except for Victor. Something special triggered that. AA said I was one of those people, one of the people who thought that the boy who asked Julie if he knew her was a missing boy from her school or town. I will stick by it. Oh, oh, that would be funny. I mean, if the missing people could be turned into monsters, I could see that, but since we were told how they were created, I don't know. That would be a really cool twist, though. Uh, Ryan said, "Okay, that fits with what I believe." In my Facebook group, tons of people think there is something more to it. Just wanted some of your professional opinion. Yeah, that's my opinion. I hear that all the time. They think that now that Julie, ever since Julie was revealed as this story walker, now all of a sudden everyone thinks that must mean that she already knew that teen boy monster to begin with. Well, it's like, were people focusing on it that much before that? I mean, I don't know. We know the monsters get in people's heads and make them think that they're someone they know. How is this any different? Just because it's Julie, I don't really get it. Anyway, it's the clam bear spider in the Cannibal Village. The clam bear spider, or the what is the
Man, bear,
man
pig.
bear pig? Man
I
bear
think.
pig. Yeah. I would have cussed that old granny out. She's terrifying. She's one of the scariest of all the monsters, I think. She's probably actually, I'd say, second scariest after Smiley. Second scariest. KP, I'm not ignoring you. I might have missed some messages earlier, but because at the time we were going through these documents, but I've been looking at the chat a lot more now. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you. I didn't do it on purpose. Um, right, we're not making it a call in tonight because we're just focusing on like this specific topic that Doc researched, and I need to get off of the stream a lot sooner tonight. I'm already feeling my pain starting to spike, so I may have to actually get on the treadmill shortly and try to keep streaming from there. Um, I gotta take better care of myself. Um, it's always great to see you, KP. Michael says, I think we'll get more of the backstory this season. Yeah, with Christopher and Miranda. I hope so. It's time. The last cycle. I think that the way they can do it, they have the perfect plot device to do it now, and that's Julie's story walking. They have the perfect angle because they don't need to use just Victor as a way to see back into the past anymore. We don't have to worry about him as an unreliable narrator or only see what he saw. We can now have Julie go back and just visit that area and see things even Victor didn't see. I think that's how they can go at that. Uh, I kind of want the writers to show us a different way to become a monster. I feel like sacrificing the kids was underwhelming to me because it was predictable. I didn't predict it, AA, but I understand. Yeah, it would have been cool if a human could just become one of the monsters. It would have been really interesting, especially if some of our characters became like that. So I understand how you feel. I wasn't disappointed though. I wasn't, or you know, or underwhelmed. And it surprised me, honestly. I really wasn't expecting anything like that. Spade and bear pig, man, bear pig. Uh, Let's see. Oh, it makes sense. The boy was asking if Julie remembers him from the Puritan timeline or whatever timeline that they existed in together when the sacrifice happened. Um, oh, like, from Julie's story walking. I mean, I can understand. It makes sense. Yes, it makes sense. But what I don't understand, what doesn't make sense to me is why are people thinking that just because it's Julie, that this must be the case, that the fact that he said that to her, she must have met him as a story walker, when there's clearly another explanation. We have two other examples, well, at least one, but I think two, of the monsters pretending to be someone that they know. We saw it with Granny Monster in the first episode. So that's why I don't understand why people insist that this must be from Julie's story walking. I'm not saying it's not. It could be. But when people fixate on it and say that no, this definitely is what it is, I'm just saying, I mean, it's not necessarily the case, because there's a very plausible explanation that's has nothing to do with story walking. They can make you think that there's somebody that you know, and they do that. They employ that technique to trick people. They get in their heads. Yeah, that scene when Granny got in the house was terrifying, Amy. Exactly. It was really, and watching her slowly transform on camera was brilliant. The scene was not that important anyway. There would be absolutely no reason to create a backstory to dive into later from that scene. Yeah, I agree, Ryan. It was just scary because the monster was mesmerizing Julie and she was getting closer to him. That it was just a tense moment with the monsters getting in her head, and that's all I think it is, and it's all it really needed to be. But we'll see. Um, it's frustrating that sometimes things aren't consistent. Yeah, that's true, Scott. That's true. Um, yeah, it could be from her story walking, but it doesn't have to be, is what I'm saying. There's another explanation that's entirely plausible, because we know what these monsters can do, the abilities that they have to get in people's heads and trick them. Same with Kenny's dad thinking he heard his brothers outside. I don't think that was his dementia. I think it was the monsters tricking him. Um, he said her name at that time. No other monster said their name. Yeah, but the monsters know their names, Bill. Remember, Jasmine said, "We know all your names" to Pornstash. Jasmine said, "We know all your names." So Megan said that Granny Monster didn't look like her grandmother. Yeah, I know. And think about what you're saying here. Teen Boy Monster said, "Julie, don't you recognize me?" In other words, Julie didn't seem to recognize him, because he said, "Julie, don't you recognize me?" Obviously, Julie didn't show recognition right away, just like Megan didn't recognize Granny. But Granny wanted her to think she was her grandma. And the monsters know all their names. Jasmine said so. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying it can't be story walking. It could be, but it's not the only explanation, is all I'm trying to say here. Um, David D says massacre happened because the townsfolk went into the tree. Then they fell from the sky, like the rock Victor showed Ethan. Oh, that would be hilarious. Oh my God. I mean, in a
Oh, yeah, we
dark
joked
kind of
about that
way. It's
on a
just,
previous stream.
oh my God. Yeah. I then when hitting the ground from falling, they can't walk. It became a buffet for the monsters. Oh,
Oh,
that makes total sense, David. Yeah. So they went into the tree and then fell from the sky, and then the monsters just, yeah, they couldn't walk, and the monsters just ripped them all up. That completely explains it. That would be a totally plausible theory. I like that. I really like that. And it's also just kind of funny in a dark way. Imagining everyone falling from the sky. I was really hoping Dale was gonna fall from the sky when he jumped in the tree, but I mean, Pool Dale was pretty funny. I think falling from the sky would have been even more humorous, though. I mean, in a dark way, dark humor. Uh, it seemed like Victor could have kind of been setting that up. Victor said, you know, you got these trees are tricky. You never know where you might end up. You could end up stuck in a mountain somewhere, and then he drops the stone in and it falls from the sky. So that was setting up, it's tricky. You never know where you could end up. You could wind up stuck in a mountain somewhere. Well, Dale was stuck in a pool wall, but it would have been funny if he fell from the sky. Either way, Victor set that up in season 1. Like, they set it up and then paid it off, essentially. Yeah, Michael, you just said exactly what I said. Before I even saw your chat here, I said that too. Absolutely. It seems to imply they have some supernatural understanding beyond simply hearing people say their own names. So, like, yeah, it seems like they do have I think some kind of mind reading capability. They can get in people's heads, and so that's how they know all their names for sure. I think so. Oh, Martin. Hey, Martin. Granny said Megan come to the window. I'd have to look back at the scene. I don't remember, but
I
I
think
will
so.
take your word
That
for
sounds right.
it. Okay. I will take your word for it. They just arrived. Wait. Oh yeah. Yeah, but like a mind reading, like it's possible they had like a mind reading capability built. I'm not saying I'm like anti story walking Julie teen monster thing. Just playing the devil's advocate, for
Well,
both sides.
that
What
also kind of
was that?
ties into Tony Teflon's theories about them being like fourth dimensional beings or some sort of extra dimensional beings that have like, or not them, but they're being involved like some sort of fourth dimensional, multi-dimensional beings that, because if they were supposedly, they would, he says they'd be able to like see and affect things that we wouldn't be able to do, like crushing the house. Um, or in some cases, being able to see all the facets of time, kind of. So seeing where things are coming and going. So if
Mm.
that is like that, if that whole fourth dimensional, multi-dimensional being thing is employed, then they could tie the whole time hijinks, at least as far as like knowing everything and stuff. They could kind of tie that all together in some way.
Yeah, yeah, I could. I could see that. Like that's how they could, if they're connected to some kind of consciousness, if they're being controlled by some being that's in the fourth dimension. Because we know they're being controlled by someone or something. They're the tip of the spear. They're not in control of themselves. So, it could be like like I don't think they have personal, like, individual intelligence anymore. They're kind of just shells to be used as a tool at this point. And so some entity is feeding them the knowledge that they have of everybody, all of their names, ways to get in their head and manipulate them. um you know that Jasmine one, she was manipulating Kevin knowing that he was lonely, and that was the way to get at him. Um so yeah, it could be something like that, absolutely. I hope Tony does more streams, by the way. Has he been doing did Tony do a stream this week other than The Last of Us pre-show? Did you notice, Doc?
No, that was it. Did I catch
I
up?
want
Oh
to
wait,
see.
no, he did. Or maybe it was a video. He did something on Sinners, but I think it was
Yeah, it
like a
was a
spoiler
video.
discussion, and I haven't seen it.
Okay. Yeah, I know he did a video. I talked to him. I actually talked to him for a while a few days ago, and um well, let me see. He didn't do any other live this week other than just the pregame, which I keep missing, damn it, but I'm not gonna miss it this time. Um, okay, this is wicked embarrassing, but I'll admit to it. Um, my depression and pain have been so bad that I had gotten to the point that I was not only staying up all night and then going to bed when the sun came up, but I was staying up. It got to the point where I was up all night and then all morning and going to sleep in the early afternoon, waking up at like 9, like between 8 and 9 p.m. up until this week, and then I finally changed it. So that's why I missed every single one of Tony's pre-shows for The Last of Us so far. Missed all of them because I was asleep. I literally would wake up just in time for the watch party, and that one Sunday when I was half an hour late, I was asleep. So, but not anymore. I am relieved to say that I've been able to roll back my hours out of necessity because of what's going on Monday. I can't really say it too loud around here, but um I have to be awake way earlier. And so I had a really good motivation to roll my sleep schedule back in a hurry, which has not been easy. Maybe that's why I'm feeling more pain right now, um but yeah, I have to be awake a lot earlier, so I'm gonna catch his pre-show for The Last of Us on Sunday, and I can do my exercise at the same time, so I can watch Tony's pre-show. I miss his live streams. I told him that, but anyway, um, I saw something I was gonna highlight. Let me go back to the StreamYard tab. I switched it. Oh yeah. Um, hi everyone. Hi Martin. Had a very late night playing Wildgate. Just woke up. Nice to see you, Martin. Um, Martin, I was talking earlier. I can't say this really loud because, oh, I'll just, uh, I'll write it in the chat because now I'm paranoid. Um, it's raining townsfolk. Hallelujah, it's raining townsfolk. Yeah, that just the image of everybody falling from the sky is amazing. Um, actually, hold on, sec, Doc. I'll be
Uh-huh.
right back. I just have to run and get something really quick. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay.
In the meantime, if you
All
want
right.
to read one of these things on screen.
Okay. Let's see. You're doing the follow character search. Where do we leave off? Okay, so yeah, we're on 4. So recognize the moment character becomes aware the mystery exists, usually through unexpected discovery at the first clue. Observe the subsequent, well, we read that part. All right, so be aware that theories will be formed based on partial information. These might initially be wrong, and understand that finding clues might become harder over time, potentially requiring the character to seek help from others or explore less obvious avenues. I wonder if Eloise is going to be like fitting in that category, that they're going to need Eloise to ultimately figure everything out. Kind of seems like at least Eloise might be a huge clue of some kind, or central to unraveling the mystery of from, or how to escape, or something. What do you folks think? Let's see what's going on in the chat. I have to pull it up on another device. I got 3 devices running. One for StreamYard, one for my notes, and another one for the chat. Oh, and then a laptop charging. Oh my gosh, Dieter. I do not have the ability to highlight from here, at least not on this device. I'm with Julie on the boy. Oh, Martin says that he's with Julie on the boy not knowing Julie at all. Just mind games from the monsters. Yeah, no backstory unless it's a happy accident, as they call it. Yeah, I feel like that just kind of like it is what it is. It might be a little bit of a red herring, or that they like to have these little things that they could be mysteries, they might not be. Allow people to read into it and formulate theories and throw people off, mislead them a little bit. Also, it was really creepy. And all right, number 5, prepare for the reveal, anticipated or twist. The mystery will culminate in a reveal at the climax. An anticipated reveal means that you are likely to know where the final answer lies, and the suspense comes from whether the character can overcome obstacles to reach it. And that's emphasis on where the final answer lies, not what the final answer is. So yeah, I could see some, and I think where the final answer. So yeah, I don't think that we necessarily know that yet, but we might have a clue. Like there's the first bottle tree that might be where final answer lies, or maybe it's Eloise is that where, or something else that we just don't know yet, or it could be the lighthouse again. I don't know. Could I repeat what, please? Volume was low. Oh, I might have mumbled. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, Eloise might be a major red herring. That is possible.
That would suck though, honestly. Like, if she's a red
Yeah,
herring, I just think that's really, you know, unsatisfying, poor writing because you don't. It's one thing to just introduce red herrings here and there that just are easily added to a show, no big deal. But to have such a wild, out there thing like a sister that Victor forgot existed, for her to just mean nothing, and we're never going to see or hear from her again, and she's just dead. It just seems really
yeah, I agree.
frustrating to me. I and if they were going to do that, if they were just going to introduce her for her to be dead, then the time for them to make that definitive would be when it happened. He should have remembered, oh my God, I had a sister and she died, and use that emotional impact then. But they didn't say what happened to her. That's why that's a problem. That's why that would be terrible writing if she's a red herring, because they didn't say what happened to her, leaving fans to, come up with all kinds of theories, and like that's just a really shitty red herring, if you ask me. Um,
I
and
agree. I have a section on basically devoted to red herrings, and yeah, I feel like that's persisted for too long for it to be a red herring. Like they keep on seeding these little like hints to something being there, and so it seems to be building up to something. It's red herrings, they tend to leave it, and it tends to gradually fall by the wayside for the most part,
that's
not
a
all the time.
that's a great point. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were winding down, but like
Oh, I did. I'm done.
that's a that's a great point because you just made me think of something. They gave us little breadcrumbs, like, for example, Victor saying Eloise was always so good at hide and seek. I could never find her. That seems like a pretty obvious hint that maybe she's hiding somewhere now. Maybe she's still alive. He never found her, not her real body. He found some pieces of somebody else. Everyone just assumes, and I think that they're kind of using this assumption of the fan base possibly to make us think that's Eloise's grave for sure. I mean, they obviously want us to question it because they had Victor say, I think there were just
Like,
pieces, blah, blah, blah. But they also are relying on, I know the creators must be well aware of the fan theories, and there's been this persistent, I think, not misconception, but this persistent assumption that I don't think is based on anything concrete at all, that there can only ever be two children in town at the same time. I don't know where exactly I think maybe that came from Megan dying and then Victor, but that doesn't even make sense anyway because if you go with the replacement theory, Megan died and two minors came to town, Ethan and Julie. So I don't know. I don't know where people got that from, but there could have easily been
mm,
more than two kids in the 78 cycle. And someone even pointed out, and I wish I knew what screenshot to look at so that I could point it out, although it might be too gory to show, but that there was a child's body laying in somewhere in the street scene, and it was wearing tap shoes, a girl in tap shoes. So Victor could have easily found the body of who he thinks was his sister, but he said she was so small I think it was her. There were only
Right.
pieces, and
Which
so
that feels like a Chekhov's gun, him
it
saying
does.
that.
It does. And so yeah. Um, so yeah, they've been laying breadcrumbs for that. Um, yes, like Dieter said here, my mom is awake right now, so I'm afraid to say this out loud because she can hear everything that I say. Um, this place is very small that I live in, but yeah. And Martin, if you're still listening, I was saying earlier that I want to at least briefly go live while I'm there. Not for long. I'm not like don't like I feel bad. Um, I know some people might like it to be longer, but I want to enjoy myself and not be holding up my phone the whole time, and that would hurt anyway. I'm not strong enough to do that. Jay Black did it for over 2 hours and streamed it on his channel. I don't know how the hell he did it. The man has arms of steel. But I can't do that. And if I did it, I couldn't take any pictures or video. But I want to do it. I want to go live just just briefly, at least for maybe a song or two. Maybe on like one of the songs I'm less into, just for fun. Um, and if not gonna lie, if I went live while like singing along, like rapping along to Not Like Us, I would feel like a jackass because I'm gonna be screaming it like it's like you wouldn't believe. And I know I've rapped on this channel. It wouldn't be anything you haven't heard, but I haven't attempted to do the entire song, which is what I would be doing. Um, I wouldn't attempt the whole song because the second verse gets really fast paced. I can do it, but I screw up a lot, and so I wouldn't try to do that live. Anyway, what if the monsters story walk and that's how they know so much? Maybe. I don't know. Samuel. I mean, it's possible. I don't know. I just tend to think that's going to be Julie's thing, but you never know. Um, Martin said I'm with Julie on that boy, not knowing Julie at all, just mind games from the monsters. No backstory unless it's a happy accident, as they call it, and they come up with something for season 4. Right, they could end up deciding to use it as a happy accident without having had it in mind to begin with. We've got 50 people in here now. Since Dieter posted this, now there are 50 people. Nice. Wow. Why do we climb higher and higher in the middle of the night, and the closer it gets to morning, we have more and more people. It's pretty wild. Um, Dieter, my mom is still really sick. Usually she gets over stomach viruses quickly, but um, she's really still sick, throwing up still. She was throwing up yesterday a lot, so she had to miss work again. I had to go out and get some groceries and medication for her. But thanks for asking. Hopefully she'll be better by Monday at least. Hopefully sooner than that. Um, anyway, okay, let me get caught up here. Wait, what, Amy? I got all nice to get on camera today, but I'm not allowed? Are you serious or are you joking? Because if you had said that, we would have let you join. I mean, we would love to have you join. Of course we would. I mean, all you have to do is ask, and I'm happy to include you. We loved. I mean, that was so much fun when you joined on Wednesday, and I know you were kind of reluctant to do it because you weren't done up and all that. You didn't have makeup on, but you don't need makeup. You're beautiful without it, and I know it's easy for me to say. I have the same feelings about showing up without makeup. I have the same feelings as you. So I know I'm a hypocrite because I feel funny myself with my own insecurities. But anyway, you looked lovely and we had a lot of fun with that. And hope you didn't mind that the screenshots wound up circulating around, including Fuck I Love Crochet by Alexis's page. But there's nothing to feel bad about regarding that because you looked lovely and we had a great time and we would love to have you join us again. Just let us know. And it doesn't have to be in advance, if you want to just hang out. let's see. Smiley coming back to life was an anticipated mystery. Now that the monster will come back, how will the townspeople survive? Hmm. Well, I guess by continuing to follow the rules. I mean, the talismans still work, but the rules might have changed now with the man in yellow. We'll have to wait and see. There might be different rules. Who knows? But yeah, I agree. That was an anticipated mystery. Anyway, oh, another birthday image, Dieter. I'll go into my YouTube tab and get it. Just give me a minute. I'll have to switch tabs to get it. But hold on. Dieter and his birthday images. He's so sweet. He's made a lot of them in the past week. For some reason, when I say don't change the tree, it makes the hole smaller either way, so redo again. Well, I appreciate all the effort you put into making these beautiful images. It's so sweet of you. Muncher is back. I had to step away for a few hours, but ecstatic you are all still here. Well, are you surprised? I know I said I'm not going to make this an all-nighter, and I'm definitely not. In fact, think I think we should wind it down maybe around 4 or so. But yeah, I fully intended to be here at least this long. I mean, 3 hours is nothing to me, but I will say my pain is getting worse. So I'm gonna try to get on the treadmill, but my mom is awake, so that might be a problem. And that's the case, I might have to get going sooner than I would like. But I'm so glad that you were able to come back, Muncher. We love having you here. You're always a lot of fun. Um, Scott said, I don't remember that theory. Yeah, that's strange. Oh, I'm not sure what theory I was saying that you're referring to there, because this was a few minutes ago, Scott. If they put a talisman on the tunnels, will it work? Then we could go exploring the real she I don't know what that is. Like the giant spider and and man in yellow arc. Um, yeah, yeah, that would be great. That's a great question. It probably wouldn't work because it's not an enclosed space, but that would be cool. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to go live for at least a section of it. I want to go live. You want to hear the fast part live? Oh God. I wouldn't attempt the really fast part live. There's just no way. Um, I don't know. Maybe I could at least do the first. I could do the first verse because the first verse is. God, I feel like an idiot now, though. I feel. I don't know. I feel foolish doing it. If I'm alone on the panel and there's no one there to like, I don't know. I mean, you guys can all hear me in the chat, but when I've got somebody here on panel with me, I feel more self-conscious. I don't know why. Um, but I could do the first verse, maybe. I've done the part with Drake, but I haven't done the beginning for like the whole first verse yet, which is not that hard, and that part I can do pretty easily. Dieter, I've got that in motion as we speak with the phone situation, so don't worry about that. Um, sorry to hear that, Amy. What I already forget what I said. Oh, about my mom. Yeah. By the way, beautiful profile picture, Amy. That is lovely, gorgeous. Um, Ryan says, "What are your thoughts about Randall and Marielle being able to story walk? Or do you think they have other abilities? We know Randall had that feeling at the ruins just like Julie did." Yeah. So, yeah, think I think they'll be able to do it too. I know I said a few minutes ago maybe it's just Julie's thing. I think it's going to be Julie's thing in that she's going to be the main one that we follow, like the most important. Um, but I think the other two will be able to do it. It stands to reason that if Julie can, so can the other two. The three of them were linked together, and Randall had that same pull. And I think the fact that he was terrified to go back there means that if he does go back there and if he does feel an inevitable pull to do it, which he probably will, I think something terrible is going to happen to him and he senses it. So I'm it's one of the predictions I have for the next season. I think he will feel drawn back there inevitably, and he'll have some kind of horrible fate as a result of it, and that's why tough as nails Randall was too
Well,
scared to go back. The young girl was not.
we know that Julie
What?
goes there. We know that Julie must go there, right? She story walks to go and try to find and save her dad. So I wonder if Randall goes and story walks to try to save Julie.
Right. Well, I was thinking that's what was going to happen the first time she did it. When Ethan ran to town to get help, I was certain he was going to run and get Randall, and Randall would, finally have to
Hmm.
man up and go in there, and instead, all they had to do was just yank Julie out of the ruins. So, but yeah, I could totally see that happening. That,
I mean,
yeah,
it would be accidental probably because I don't think any of them would know necessarily about the story walking. Well, no, Ethan kind of knows, right? A little bit. So yeah, maybe.
oh. Yeah, because I can totally see that happening. Julie gets into some kind of trouble, and Randall has to go back and save her, but he dies in the. That's it. I think that's what'll happen.
They've already
Um,
established kind of like they're developing he's like a big brother role kind of to her now. So
yep.
yeah, I could see him going and trying to save her in some way and ends up back there at the ruins.
And also, well, he's basically, he's like dime store Chris Evans, Captain America. Whenever there's somebody in serious peril, he does run to the rescue. He's done it again and again, even though he's a jerk most of the time. He's heroic when it matters, and it would be completely apropos to his character for him to, overcome his unwillingness to go back to the ruins if it means he's going back
Mm,
to save Julie. He doesn't hesitate to run into danger for people, for other people.
and that's why he's
So
such a hothead
yeah,
for the story.
even even if they're he even risks his life for strangers. He didn't even know anybody when he volunteered to go in and help dig Tabitha out of the basement. I mean, he may not have thought he was risking his life at the time, but I mean, he also he risked his life for the people on the ambulance, and he didn't know that anyone in there was going to be someone he knew. He didn't know Tabitha was in there. He thought he was risking his life for strangers when he went off the bus with Boyd. So imagine how willing he'd be then to help Julie even more so, because she's kind of like a little sister type thing, like you were saying. If he'll do that for strangers, he'll do it for her. So I totally could see that going down. So that could be how he winds up dead in the ruins, and why he feels this. I think that's why he didn't want her going near there either. Said, "I'm not going anywhere near there, and you shouldn't either." He feels this sense of dread, and he doesn't know why. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, and
I'm gonna make a. Sorry, what?
oh, Ryan said a similar thing to what I said.
Oh yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna make a bunch of predictions. I have multiple predictions for season 4. I'm gonna have to make a like I'll start making an outline of notes. I'm not gonna release a video on it yet because there's not enough interest, not enough people would see it, but I'm gonna start making a list of my predictions. I won't wait too long because I don't wanna, like wait until everyone else is already like predicting maybe the same things. I'll do it before too long, but I do have other predictions. Where was it? Ryan that who said this? Was it this? I think that
Yeah.
fear he had will lead to a sort of hero arc to save Julie. Damn you, Doc, you just stole my line. Yes, we know he has that hero mentality. Yes, exactly. I think this has already been set up. This is his character, and they did that from the very beginning. This is how great the writing is on this show. So when it happens, it will be completely apropos with his character. And he's on a redemption arc, but he's already been heroic from the very beginning, even when he was just an asshole all the time. Anyway, so Amy, Oh, you gotta check with me. I didn't. If you said it in the chat, I didn't see it, and I apologize. If I had seen it, I would have said you can join. Oh, because I'm the boss around here. Dieter is like upper management. He's like, you know, he's like, yeah, I would say upper management, but I have the final call here. So, yeah, next time, well, if I see it in the chat, I'll just chime in and overrule his decision. But he wasn't doing it to be mean, of course. He was concerned for me. I'm sorry, Amy. If I had seen that in the chat, I would have said no. You can, of course, join. See, Dieter, Amy isn't somebody we have to worry about. And what I mean is that, th- okay, now don't take this the wrong way, anybody who's listening. However, there are certain people who are talkers who are much more talkative, let's say, than others. And sometimes, because I'm not an assertive enough person, sometimes things can get away from me a bit, and Dieter knows that. And the last time, well, there have been many times that I wound up on live streams for way too long because I was with more aggressive personalities who joined and talkers, and I didn't want to be rude, I didn't want to cut them off, and I was enjoying the conversation, but I needed to, for my health, cut it off, and I don't know how. But Amy is not an aggressive person like that. Amy is not somebody who's going to take over and be like, okay, let's have a gab fest all night long. Like, so I'm not concerned in the least about that with Amy. So, like, she's just chill, and she's not aggressive, and so I don't have to be assertive with Amy on the panel. I can be my unassertive self. I don't know if that's even a word, but um so it's fine anytime, really. So seriously, I'm just sorry I didn't see that in the chat, Amy, or I would have chimed in and just said, yeah, I'll send you a link privately. I wasn't, see, where it can get away from me is if I post the link publicly and then other people join, and then I can't say no because I'm not assertive enough, and I don't want to be, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. But I could have sent Amy the link privately through Discord, you know. So that's what I would do the next time. So, I'm sorry, had a horrible day. I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, that sucks. And calling into the panel might have helped, but I hope hanging out with us in the chat has helped at least somewhat um to distract you. Um, oh, that sucks, Amy. I'm so sorry about your work situation. I hope you can find a better job situation very soon. And we're all here for you. So, anyway, oh yeah, Martin. Yeah, I was worrying about you video calling me and a whole bunch of people behind you to see your phone and see me dancing to it. So going live is much better. Well, Martin, I might, maybe like during a song or something, during like a song, I could video call you, and during another song, I could do a live stream, a very brief, like the shortest live stream ever. I could even do both. And you don't have to have your camera on, so if you don't if you don't want people to see you dancing, then we'll talk. We'll talk. We'll figure out something. Um but yeah, anyway, I'm working on the phone situation right now. Um Teeter, I give you $5 if you wrap the fast part in here. No, sorry. I don't come that cheap. Pause. Um, I don't come that cheap. Um, no, 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 I'm not doing that. No way in
$5.
hell would I do that. What?
Five
What,
dollars.
Doc? $5? Yeah, no way. I'll do the first verse, but I'm not doing the second verse. It's too fast. I am going to record myself doing the whole song, and then when I make mistakes, which I always do, I can just edit out the mistakes and redo the sections I screwed up. Just like when I'm recording a video, you know? I can do that. And I'm so sorry, Doc. This is like going completely like down a tangent, but
Are you gonna rap
then
for
we'll
us
get back
tonight?
on.
Is that what's
I'll do
happening?
the first. I'll do the first verse. I'll do the
Do
first
I have to rap
verse.
too?
Just
I don't know any Kendrick
no, you
Lamar,
don't.
but I can try to rap.
You don't have to rap. You could, but there is a part that you could do if you wanted to chime in, but you don't have to. Um, but so yeah, I can do the first verse, but I'm not attempting the second verse live ever. It's just not going to happen. It's way too fast. Kendrick Lamar has crazy breath control. It's amazing. Um, okay, so I know all the lyrics. I don't even need to pull them up, but there are N words in it, so obviously I'm not going to say that part. I'll do it the way that Kendrick did it at the Super Bowl because he couldn't say the N word at the Super Bowl, obviously. Um, and I can't say the PDF file thing, so I'll just pause on that part. Okay, don't laugh at me too much, Doc.
I won't.
Okay. Just in honor of Monday, because the next time I go live with you guys, well, technically the next time I'll actually be there briefly. Not going to be live for long. And the next real live I do will be on the other side of that. So, all right, ready? Hey, mustard on the beat, ho, depot, any rap, he a free throw, man down, calling ambulance, tell him breathe, bro, nailing boys to the grass, he walking around like Tizo, what's up with these jabroni ass, trying to see Compton, the industry can hate me, F them all in they mama, how many ops you really got, I mean, it's too many options, I'm finna pass on his body, I'm John Stockton. What? Beat your ass and hide the Bible if God watching. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show him. Certified boogeyman, I'm the one that upped the score with him. Walk him down, whole time I know he got some hoe on him. Pull on him, extort shit, bully to throw on him. Say Drake, I hear you like him young. You better not ever go to cell block 1. To any bitch that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from him. They tell me Chubb's the only one that gets your hand-me-downs. And party at the party playing with his nose now. And Baka got a weird case, why is he around? Certified lover boy, certified wop, 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 dot, fuck 'em up, wop, 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 I'ma do my stuff. Why you trolling like a bitch? Ain't you tired? Trying to strike a chord, and it's probably A minor.
That was pretty
They
good.
not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Yes, there we go. That's the long version that I haven't done yet. So there you go. That's the best I can do, Jeter. I'm not doing the second verse, but that's more than I've done before. Now, how big of an idiot do I sound? I sound like a complete idiot. Anyway, 40 something people just heard me say that and recorded. Of course, he recorded it. Yeah, yeah, of course, Jeter recorded. Thank you, thank you. I sound like a complete moron, but it's fine. Um, it's just fun. Gangsta Julie. And thanks to Kendrick doing that at the Super Bowl, I knew what to do instead of the N-word parts. So, oh my God, it's happening. K Jules, I like that. It rolls off the tongue better than K Julie. K Jules, it's just one syllable, like K dot. So, 40 likes. Yes. 40 likes. All right. Okay, rapping put it over the top. I'm just kidding. My amazing rap skills. He has amazing breath control. Pause. I'm not sure. I've been told two different things. Yeah, he does have amazing breath control. Um, and the part that I just did is actually more challenging than the lines I've done on the lives before because it does get a little faster paced than the Say Drake part. It is a bit faster. So it took me some practice before I was able to get that down without screwing it up. And it's fun. Thanks, Martin. Okay, Jules, let's go. Thanks, Scott. Have to delete the first part because you kept talking. When did I talk? Oh, okay. Because I said I was gonna do it and then I didn't start yet. Okay, but I didn't interrupt. Like when I first did the Sage Rake part, when I said certified lover boy, certified, I would say I can't say that part. Well, that just screws it up. So I just pause instead. So, well, thanks, Dieter. You don't even like rap, but I guess you like it because I'm doing it. Um, Martin, I was so worried for you that the N bomb would slip out because it would slip out of mine. I'm not gonna lie, Martin. Sometimes it accidentally does when I'm by myself and I'm rapping. Accidentally, it does. It's even when I'm trying not to, because it's just the way that I'm used to hearing the song. But I was very careful not to. Um, I just did what Kendrick did at the Super Bowl. Instead of, you know, the N word, he just says, and he rap, he a free throw, you know, a- and that's all you do. I wasn't gonna say ninja because I didn't want it to accidentally sound like the real N word by saying it fast or something. I wouldn't want to even approach sounding like I'm saying the N word, so I wasn't gonna say ninja. And Kendrick doesn't do that either. So, um, good night, Scott. Did I say that already? Good night, Scott. I think I might have, but thank you for all of your support. Thank you so, so much. Thank you, Scott. Hope you have a good night. Oh my gosh, went to the bathroom, came out to Julie rapping Stay Savage Lady. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, I'm sure that was a surprise. I've done I've done the Say Drake part a couple times on the live before, but not the whole. That was the entire first verse of Not Like Us, so that's the first. Teeter immediately pressed record. So you'll have to cut the beginning out. That's all, when I was still talking. Uh Teeter likes my rap because it's beautiful. My voice sounds so alive. It's fun, and I like to do like I like to be very colorful and like emphatic about it. Because like you got to put emphasis into it. Like you got to really spit it out and make it sound colorful. Like certified lover boy, certified. Like I like to really spit it out with venom. I'm a colorful person. What can I say? So of course the way I do that is going to be colorful too. Anyway, reminder to get rest. Yes, Bill. Let's get back on track and get back on topic for a bit and before we wrap for the night and then pick up whatever we can't cover tonight, we'll pick up again next Friday because Doc prepared an amazing amount of material um for us that wait a minute. KP said I put on makeup too. I missed that part. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, geez, KP. So now you have to worry about me. No, I don't have to worry about you, KP. KP, the only thing with you is you are too tempting. You make it too tempting to stay on longer because you have so many interesting stories and like you are so knowledgeable about so many topics and like you're a very assertive personality y- and I'm not assertive, and so it's tough. It's tough when there are people who are more assertive than me, and I want to keep talking to you, but I, sometimes I need to leave, and I should leave because my pain is getting worse, but I don't. And anyway, it's not the case at all. I'm not worried about you. Um. Anyway, let me see. Did I miss anything else major here before we continue? Uh, did I miss anything else? Oh, okay. The only one child in, yeah, that theory. That was what Scott was referring to. Okay. Anything else? Anything else? Amy got cute tonight. Oh, you're always cute, Amy. You were cute last time too. Damn, I wish I had seen you in the chat saying that you wanted to come on. I would have said yes. Oh my God, Amy. Spent hours? Oh no. Well, did you already like take your makeup off and stuff? You could pop on with us for a little bit for this last. I think I should cut it off at the 4 hour mark. So if you didn't take your makeup off, which you probably did by now, but if you didn't, I know not that you need makeup, but I know you specifically got fixed up, with that intention. So, and since you went to all that effort, then it's totally up to you. But just let us know. Let's see. Michael thinks Randall becomes the next Martin when he gets repossessed by the cicadas. Seems he's already on that path. I think that's a really plausible theory, and I remember when Randall was the only one who we actually saw visible cicadas flying into his mouth. We didn't see that with Julie and Marielle. There was nothing visible like that. So I remember thinking at the time that he could wind up being the one who was harboring the worms like Martin. But then I kind of dropped that theory because it didn't seem like it was heading that way, but it still could. It still could. Anyway, what else? Okay, Amy had said at 3:20. I didn't see this. See, I'm looking back at some older messages right now. It's okay, friends, I'm super sleepy. Okay. I'm sorry about that. Jeez. Wish I had known. I must have missed that in the chat at some point. I've kept up with the chat mostly tonight. Randall's storyline has been
Amy,
slowed down. I don't like it. I expected more of his storyline to progress in season 3. Me too. I did too. It really did slow down big time. 100%. Seemed like he was trying to give himself electroconvulsive therapy with the defibrillator paddles before the final stage and he gets possessed again. Yeah, makes sense for sure. Um, Julie, when it's your birthday, I share you all the birthday cards I made. It's quite a lot.
oh,
Uh, you're so sweet.
Amy
Um,
does have a song that we can play. That's
oh, okay.
about Cordelia Cup.
Oh, great. Yeah,
And
definitely.
this one has a really
Definitely.
good beat to it. I like it.
If we can get it to work, last time we couldn't for some reason. We tried to play one of Amy's songs last time and
I think it
I
was the same
couldn't
one.
play it. Yeah, I don't know what happened though, because I've played people's songs from Suno on here before, and I don't know why we can't do it now. But we can try again. We'll try again. We'll try again. Me and
I was actually impressed by
yeah,
the sound quality on this one too.
nice. It's awesome. Martin says me and Grant were Team Randall from day one. Hashtag Randall for mayor. Oh yeah, Grant is Randall's biggest defender. I mean, he insists Randall has never done anything wrong, which I think is going a bit too far because clearly he's done some things that were wrong. Um,
Okay, yeah, with Donna, that was a little uncalled for. I mean, she's suspicious, but you need to have all your evidence in order before you burn the
yeah,
witch. I mean, he didn't even check to see if she floats.
yeah, he didn't even see if she weighs more than a duck or whatever from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Now I finally am familiar with that movie and I get all the people's references and jokes. It was a great movie. I so enjoyed watching that with Doug. Speaking of which, last week we watched that. We watched Monty Python and the Holy Grail with Doug in the Discord for the first time. I had never seen that, so for the first time for me. Um, Tonight, uh, technically tonight now, Saturday night, we're going to be doing a watch party with Doug. And it's going to be Blazing Saddles, which I have also never seen. I think we might do it at 9 p.m. I've got to talk to Dieter about this. I know he can't join as early as 9 p.m., but I don't know if he really cares about Blazing Saddles. So I'll talk to him about it because if Dieter isn't going to be joining for this, then I'll probably do it at 9 because it might be a little better for Doug. Doug's been getting up at 5:15 a.m. all week for some work he's been doing, so he might be kind of tired Saturday night to be watching a movie starting at 10 p.m. even though he is a night person. Dieter, don't feel bad. I mean, I'm sure Amy's, Amy's not upset at you or anything like that. It's fine. Don't feel bad. KP, KP, I didn't say it was you. I'm saying like
Oh,
there are multiple people who've joined my panel who are very talkative and interesting people and more assertive than me. You're one of them. You're not the only one. And sometimes I don't know how, like, I get carried away. I get carried away just as much as you. And the next thing I know, I've been streaming for 8 hours, like last time, and then my body pays for it. I really enjoy those conversations. So please don't take offense. I know you're joking here with my feelings already hurt, but please don't take offense if we say we're not doing a call in. Sometimes we just need to keep the stream a bit tighter. Look, I already go off on so many tangents and drag things out. Look at me, I was rapping just now. Has nothing to do with From. So, when you add more people like me who are very talkative and more assertive than me, it's a recipe for a marathon live that it's really not good for my body. So as long as we have an agreement when certain people join, when anybody joins, that I've got to get off around a certain time, pause, um, then it's fine. So I just need to make myself stick to it, and I get tempted to hang around and keep talking. It's so hard. It's really hard. Pause. um, anyway, you're welcome. You're welcome, Amy. And uh KP, I'm crying profusely. You're hilarious. Oh my God. Amy, I can do both. Pause. Money trees, Julie. Oh yeah, money trees. Maybe I could go live when wait, is that part of the set list? Money trees? I think he probably does at least a little snippet of money trees. Probably not the whole song though. That's a popular one for his concerts. But maybe I could do the live during a popular one like money trees. Um, let's see. I don't come too cheap, boss. Um, what else? Did I miss anything else? Okay, sorry, those were all the old messages. Now back to the present, because I missed a bunch of stuff earlier. Thank you for the birthday wishes, Amy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, yeah, maybe next live. Amy, yeah, next time, just shoot me a DM just in case, because sometimes I don't see the chat, and if I miss it in the chat, um, I would feel really bad if that would happen again. So shoot me a DM if you want to do that, and so then I'll know I won't risk missing it. Um, let's see. What else? What else here? Um, mm, it's the chat that
yep.
disappeared. What? Um, I'm super sleepy though. I'll look zoned out, but let me see.
Oh,
Hey, it's okay if you look tired. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Um, Ideally, it would be cool if you let me know ahead of time, Amy. I'll go on camera with you. Tonight, I'm not only am I a mess, but I have smeared makeup on my face and everything. So it's not just that I'm without makeup, but it's not even like clean. My face is all covered in smeared makeup. Um, Martin says, okay, blah 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 blah. Yeah, no, like Martin here says, it was a couple other. Have been some other people here, not here right now, but there have been some people who have joined my lives previously. Not anybody here tonight, who have been, who've taken up a bit too much space and that kind of thing. There have been some people like that, but but they're always so nice. Everyone is always so nice. So I don't want to make anybody feel bad and say, I gotta get off. I got pause or whatever. Hey, Decipher. Wait, You're just coming in the chat? Have you been listening all along and now you're saying good night? Good night. Good night, Decipher.
Good night. Nice seeing you.
Jeez, Martin. You don't think Randall did anything wrong? Like, okay, well, what about, okay, you gotta, this one, even this thing, Grant defends Randall on. You gotta give me this at least. He should not have been kicking the shit out of a guy just for touching his stuff at Colony House. Like, I'm sorry, but you can't justify that kind of violence just because the guy touched his stuff. Cuss him out, fine, but the guy was on the floor and he was kicking him. He could have broken his ribs. And Grant still defended him then. So I don't get that. I don't understand that. Dieter, you're not fired. It's okay. Not mad at you. I just felt bad for Amy. That's all. No, Dieter, I'm not turning my camera on tonight. Like I just said, I have smeared makeup on my face and I am really, really messy. But um Amy's very angry at me. She's sending me dick pics from online people. That would be a punishment for Dieter. Yeah. He doesn't want to say that. Um KP says, but like if you don't want people on, don't have them on or tell them you want to leave whenever you need to. That's the trouble. I have trouble saying that. And I don't really want to leave. It's just that I need to for my body. That's all, because of my pain. I never want to leave. Why do you think I have had a 12-hour stream on here? Because I want to keep going, but my body doesn't like it so much. My pain gets a lot worse. So KP, what are you talking about? I think we're using the pause game correctly. It's whenever someone says something sexually suggestive, right? Am I wrong? Are we wrong? I don't know. Um, one, you guys are playing the pause game totally wrong. Two, when you need to leave, please leave no matter who is on. Well, thank you, KP. I just need to see, I don't have much self-control even without having an assertive, talkative guest on. So you add that, and I really don't have self-control to tear myself away. That's the real problem. It's me. That's the problem. It's me. Anyway, Julie is implicitly stating unsubstantiated substance relief. What? I don't know what that means, Decipher, but um it's okay, Amy. We understand you're tired. So sorry. That was a lot to catch up on in the chat, and a lot of it very entertaining, so I couldn't help myself. I don't have much
No
self-control
worries.
in terms of reading many, many messages from the chat as well. This is what I'm talking about. This is how I wind up on for too many hours. And it's bad for me physically, and I pay the price, but it's fun, and I want to be able to keep doing it. And I deserve a little enjoyment out of life. Lord knows I go through enough, but where did we leave off? Did we did we did we consider rewatching or rereading? Was that when I was out of the room? Were you reading that?
Let's see. One moment. All right, prepare for the reveal. Okay, we were talking about the different possible reveals, like an anticipated reveal, meaning we know where the final answer lies, but the suspense comes from the character overcoming obstacles to reach it, or the total surprise or plot twist when you think you found the final piece and solved the mystery, but you stumble upon an actual final piece by mistake, changing the entire understanding, and the piece you thought was final might turn out to be misleading evidence or red herring to the overall solution. I think we could have a little bit of both. Something that I'm noticing though from my research and from the type of show that the creators told us that the show is that this is and I think this is something that it gets a little bit further into, well, a little bit into further in my notes, but we're not going to be getting there tonight. So I want to
Yeah.
kind of but it's that this is a story-based story. character-based story, essentially, is what we've been told.
Yeah.
So I feel like, hold on, I wrote it down here. In a character-driven mystery box, understanding and predicting the character stories may be key to understanding and predicting the answers to the main mysteries of the show. So the character stories and the main story for the characters are probably the key to understanding and predicting the answers to the main mysteries of the show. And so if you can predict where the character stories are going and what the ultimate story is that is they're trying to tell for the characters and the themes of the show, then you can kind of predict what the mysteries are going to resolve as, or at least be kind of tied to. Not necessarily, but in I think that that's probably a yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think it could very well be that from the answer to from is going to be tied to the specific character arcs of the characters themselves, and actually I think thematically the way that they wrote these characters, especially Tabitha, thematically it makes sense that her central goal would be, her mission is to somehow save the children to break the cycle, and and then we find that out later, but originally we found out her backstory was that she lost a child. um she wasn't able to save him, just like she wasn't her baby who fell off the changing table, just like she wasn't able to save her child in the original cycle. And so that, nobody could have ever guessed what we would later find out based on that, but you see the thematic consistency there, and how that was even kind of a clue in itself. It has something to do with the loss of a child and trying to save a child. And her child specifically, she lost a child. I wonder if every version of her lost a child as a result. I mean, she just cursed to lose a child in every life. It would be interesting to find out that maybe Enda had another kid that Victor forgot about, or who Victor just hasn't mentioned because maybe the kid died as an infant or something. Because it would seem like that would be something that they're getting punished for in every cycle. Like, not only do you have to get sent back to this hellhole over and over again, Fromville, but lose a child too. That would be really cruel, especially cruel. But decipher do drugs to heal. Oh, jeez. Do drugs to heal, Julie. Okay. KP, okay, the pause game is that when a straight man says something very gay sounding, not if it's sexual in a straight way. Well, everyone over on this channel is always using it, even in straight contexts, so I don't know. I wasn't the one who started it. Other people started it first, and I just went along with it. Now I'm doing it. But honestly, I think it's really better if it's gay or straight. Because if I don't really like the implication that, not to be PC or anything, I don't really like the whole homophobic vibe I get from that. It's like straight guys have to be so, it's like a joke that, that they say something that could be misconstrued in a homosexual type way, so they've got to say pause. I don't know. And it's like that no homo
No
thing. I don't
homo.
like that either.
Oh my
Yeah, I
God, we
don't like
jinxed
that.
each other.
We jinxed each other.
You owe me a
Yes.
Sprite.
I don't like that either, Doc. I mean, I'm just an ally. I'm not part of the community. I don't know how you feel about that, but I don't like that. And now they're saying no Diddy instead, um, which is kind of funny,
Well,
but
I, I grew up with a lot of straight guys, so I'm kind of used to that kind of humor, and I find it amusing too. But I don't know if that's just because of how I was raised. I do know that there are people that are offended by that kind of talk, um, But yeah, so it depends on I guess who you're with and how they are. Like
Yeah.
I mean, I worked at I worked at a corner store for like 2.5 years, something like that, and um people there really liked me, including the straight old drunk guys. But sorry, I gotta frame my dog. Hey, sorry, 1 second.
So do you,
But yeah, anyway, so I got used to their humor.
yeah, okay. Yeah, like even KP brought this up and it's like, well, okay, what's wrong with sounding like you might be gay? Like guys are so afraid of this. I feel like it just betrays a lack of security in yourself if you're worried about it, and also a sense of homophobia. Not saying that people who do this hate gay people at all. I'm not saying that at all. I think it's just something that people casually do and joke about, but they don't mean any harm by it, and it doesn't mean that they hate gay people or anything of the sort, of course. You know, um, like Tony definitely doesn't feel that way at all. It's just something you do. It's a joke. They're not putting any serious thought into it or anything like that. So, and Tony, he's a sweetheart. Um, I just don't
But
particularly like the no homo thing. That one bothers me more than the pause thing personally. And I'm not a member of the community, but this kind of thing has bothered me since I was an adolescent. I don't know why. I guess I was just always destined to be an ally of the LGBTQ community, because I mean, I would hear kids in high school constantly saying that's gay when they meant that's stupid, or anything negative was gay. Anything that they wanted to insult, they would say that's gay. And I hated that. That really bothered me. And I was just a kid. And I was offended by it, and I'm not even a part of the community, but I've just always been an empath, and I'm very, opinionated and firm in my convictions on LGBTQ equality and all that stuff. So that always pissed me off. Um, but everybody said it back then.
well,
Anyway, I'm sure you
when I
heard that in your like growing up in school. I'm sure you heard stuff like that all the time.
when I was working, so when I was working at the corner store, one of the guys that I worked with, uh, I'll call him Red. Uh, he and it's funny because my first day there, I was working with another gay guy that was actually my brother's ex couch surfer. But and I was already friendly with Red from being a frequent customer there because it's just right near my house. And anyway, so we're goofing off. It's my first day there, and he's training me. And so he's calling me the F word. I'm calling him the F word. We're saying no homo when passing like behind each other because his joke is that like he pretends to be like extra afraid of the gay. Like he overreacts and it's like a joke. And for me, like I find it funny because I know his sense of humor. He pretends to be an asshole. And in some ways he is an asshole, but like he likes to be kind of like a human troll. And but the other guy quit right after that night. And
Wow.
he tried saying, "Oh, I felt uncomfortable, the homophobia, whatever," to the boss, and the boss like, "But the other guy's gay." And and so like, yeah, even I guess my sense of humor it can be offensive to other gay people depending on, the people that I'm hanging out with because I don't know, I like to goof off. And if the other person is trying to goof off with me in good spirit and I know he's not trying to be mean about it, then, I'm going to goof off with them. But I feel like it really depends on where it's coming from and if they are like actually being ignorant or if they're pretending to be ignorant. Like my friend was pretending to be ignorant. He wasn't actually being ignorant.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, it could easily be misconstrued, that kind of thing. And um Amy, so I didn't know who started it. Amy kind of started our version of the pause thing. So that's who started it. I think it's more inclusive and I like it better this way personally, but I understand where it originally came from. It's a black culture thing. I know that. Somebody explained that to me. Who was it that had explained it to me? I think, was it Tony who told me this? I think Tony explained it, or somebody did. I don't remember, but somebody explained it that it originated from rap, because if you're rapping in the studio and you make a mistake, then you would say pause and then wait 10 seconds and continue, and then they edit out the mistake. But how it went from that to what it became, I have no idea. I really don't. I don't get it. Hey, Owen. Welcome, Owen. Yeah, Owen said, I don't think women have to say pause. It's kind of a man thing to avoid being considered homo. And that's exactly kind of the problem I have with it right there. That's the issue. It's like, why do you have to be worried about being considered homosexual? Like, there's no need to be worried about that. No Diddy is better, if you ask me. It's funnier because that's not about, well,
Oh
maybe
my
it is
God, I
to the
haven't
people who
heard
are.
that yet.
Oh, you haven't heard that yet? Tony says it.
No.
Tony says no Diddy.
I totally missed it.
He says it quite a bit, actually, but I mean, not all the time, but yeah, he says it, and it's I like that way better because it's not just implying homophobia. Diddy is just a freak. He had freak offs with women and men, so that's just saying you're not a freak. That I can get on board with. That's great.
Do
Don't be
you
a Diddy. Don't
do
be
you
a
feel
Diddy.
like though that like makes too much humor of the situation? I don't
Yes,
know.
I've thought of that, because what he did is very serious and there are victims of his horrific crimes. So that is problematic. And I
But everyone makes those jokes. Like even the nurses at my work were making lube jokes referring to Diddy. So like,
yeah.
yeah, it's also kind of like a gallows humor. So I don't know. I I think it depends on the context and how extreme you're being.
Well, did you see Tony's infamous Halloween stream last year?
Yeah, and part of me wonders if that's why we haven't seen as many from guests on there.
Oh God.
Because Liz
No.
looked so uncomfortable after, because wasn't she on during that episode? Well, during that stream?
Oh, damn. Actually, I never actually got to see the entire thing because I forget why. I missed. Oh, I remember because I didn't get to see Liz's section of it because I was on Sci-Fi Vision stream at 10 p.m. that night. So I had to regrettably miss the rest of it. I was kicking myself too because I didn't get to call in and talk to Liz. And anyway, then Tony made that members only because he got a ton of negative comments saying that he shouldn't be making a joke out of the whole Diddy thing. So
Now,
he made it
I thought it
members
was,
only.
I didn't even know that. I thought it was hilarious. I thought like I had a good time with it, but also I recognize that this could be problematic since this he's such a big streamer, at least within From and our genre. Maybe it might be too soon and a no-go, but I don't know. It's his stream. Let him make the call. I'm not gonna say anything, but just enjoy it. Um, but yeah, I wondered about that.
Yeah, yeah. It
It
was
was
freaking
freaking hilarious though.
yeah. We just basically jinxed again, but I stopped talking when you were finishing that. Like I cut myself off, but I was saying it was freaking hilarious too. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, is it problematic? Sure. What Diddy did was really serious, but it was funny as hell. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie and say I didn't think that was funny as hell. I was cracking up at Tony T Diddy. He was T Diddy for
That's
the
right,
night.
T Diddy. Oh my gosh.
It was amazing. Oh my God, it was epic.
It,
I want to.
it
I've got
was.
to. I actually have to renew my membership. So I want to go renew it, and hopefully he still has it there for members at least, and go rewatch it and watch the part of because I didn't see Liz's interview and I didn't see her feeling uncomfortable. Oh, now I got to see this.
I might have
Um,
been projecting and imagining it, but
yeah.
But at one point she did say something about no, I'm not with the T Diddy or something like that.
Oh, yeah, that's awkward. Yeah.
But it was like because
Anyway,
someone asked some question, or or he asked a question or something referring to the T Diddy, and she said something like, I'm that she wasn't into the T Diddy.
yeah. That's awkward as hell. Yes. Martin says no Drizzy too. Yes, hell yes, no Drizzy. Drake, for those of you who don't know, they call him Drizzy as a nickname. No Drizzy. If the allegations are true against him, then no Drizzy. Owen said we need a Julie B deep dive on pause and homo. I could totally do a deep dive just on that, believe me. And my history of outrage over the whole, that's gay in terms of using it as a pejorative. Yeah, I hate that. Um KP said it's a gay thing. Oh, it's not gay. It's a jail. I'm reading wrong. I can't even read right. It's a jail thing. Oh, okay. It's a jail thing. Okay, so the whole history with saying pause in rap kind of combined with this turned it into that. Okay, if you say something suggestively gay in jail and people hear it and you don't pause it, they would think you were a possible love interest. So to present that, you pause. Okay, well that I can understand. That doesn't sound like homophobia. That sounds like that culture of unfortunate, SA in prison, which is not okay. So that I can understand that guys in prison wouldn't want to project the image that they could be gay because they don't want to be SA'd. That's understandable. Okay, no, you got me on that then. I didn't accuse you of being homophobic at all. Just like I'm not saying that about Tony. I think that people say things like that casually when they're not in the least bit hateful of any group of people like that. So, no, not at all. I wasn't saying that you're homophobic. I just think that if people really think about it, it sounded like it had a homophobic connotation, but when you explained that, that makes sense now. One of my teachers would say that, Julie, that's gay, crazy, public school. Seriously, Muncher? What the hell? Teacher? Wow. Um, KP said my wife is gay. Wait, you mean bisexual, I'm guessing? Must be bisexual. Well, that's cool. Because otherwise that would be odd. Good night, Ryan. Um, good night, Ryan. So sorry we
Isn't
got,
it, Ryan?
got way off track here, off topic, but we're gonna be continuing this theme next week too. And we can at
Yeah.
least finish up this worksheet, I would think.
Mhm. And
So
also off topic with history teacher, well, teachers. I had a creepy history teacher once try telling me about the virtues of Greek pederasty.
oh God, seriously?
Yeah, yeah, and this guy was
Wow.
like incredibly conservative to the point where like he there's there's a black kid in the class, and he was the smartest kid in the class too. And he would debate with the history teacher, and the history teacher would just make him cry because the history teacher was just like so like quietly racist. And the kid ended up transferring out of the class, and it was really emotionally upsetting to see. Eventually, um, I don't know if it was related, but like shortly after, we had a student teacher come in and teach pretty much the rest of the class with him like supervising, and she was
Right.
awesome. But yeah, that guy creeped me out. There were a lot of things wrong with him.
Yeah, that's creepy. Really creepy. Um, anyway, uh, oh, Liz Saunders' father passed away. That's sad.
Oh no.
That's awful. Um, you hear about Kanye and his cousin? Oh yes, Amy. Uh, and he's desperate for any kind of attention he can get, even negative attention. Why else would he write a song where he's saying that he, gave his cousin a blowjob from the time they were children? and his cousin was 6 years old,
Wait,
and
what?
we don't know
Who?
how
Who did
Kanye
this?
West. Kanye West.
Oh my God, what a freak. That's gross.
I know. Seriously, it's
This is the first
seriously.
I'm
I'm
hearing
laughing,
of
but
this. I'm so repulsed.
isn't that disgusting? Yeah.
Like,
And
what the
the
fuck?
the worst part of it is that nobody knows how old Kanye was. He just said that he didn't make it clear if there was an age gap or what the age situation was, but he said it was, his cousin was 6, and this went on until they were 14. Well, so a lot of people are assuming that Kanye was older than his cousin, and that makes it even worse. It's disturbing. And he wrote a song about it, and he's basically like desperate for attention, even negative attention. Like, who does that? Who puts that in a song? Like, it's just sick. It's really sick. Anyway, um,
He
yeah,
has too
Dieter,
much money.
I actually did just delete. I finally just deleted Apple TV and MGM Plus, and I have to do Twitter. I forgot about that. Thanks for the reminder. Um,
Oh no, you should watch Legacy of Monarch and Apple. It's so good. I know it's giant monsters, but it's got a really good story and it's got mysteries.
sorry, what?
Monarch Legacy of Monsters, the Godzilla Kong TV show on Apple TV. I'm like, no, you should watch that, Julie. It's really good. It's got good character
Oh,
stories and mysteries. It's actually
yeah, I had to.
focused on the characters of like, well, not the characters, but it's focused on like characters navigating a world that now has like monsters in it and stuff, and the trauma that they go through from living through some of those experiences and things like that. And it's really interesting because it's really mostly focused on the characters and just monsters thrown in. And you don't really get to see that kind of depth in giant monster movies. You don't get like focus on the characters. Like, what was it like to go through, a giant monster attack, to have to live in a world where monsters could like come out of the sea or the sky or whatever, and you have to go and run and hide in a bunker or something. Like, what is it like to live in a world like that? And it really like dove into that and the characters, and I thought it was really good. There were some things that I didn't like, especially with some of the sci-fi, but I give that a pass.
Yeah. Well, yeah, for now I needed to cut back on some expenses. So it was long overdue. I got rid of MGM Plus and Apple TV. Um right now I'm paying for HBO Max. I wish I could go back and cancel those subscriptions a lot sooner, but um buy women but buy women dear. Oh geez. Um it's um Yeah, I know. I need to grab. Hey, Fletch. Good morning. That's a cool new avatar. And now you're just the Fletch. Simplified it right down to bare bones. Just the Fletch now. I like that. This made me laugh. Kanye's crazy emoji. He's hiling the Charlie Chaplin mustache man. Yeah. Kanye is batshit crazy. Yes, it's not just that he's hiling the funny mustache guy, but the fact that he's so proud and open about it. That's what makes him crazy. Because there are plenty of neo N word. Oh, I almost said the word. You can't say that on YouTube. You could get blocked. The N, not that N word, but the other N word that you're not supposed to say. Um, it's not so crazy if Kanye is one of those things. There are plenty of them, unfortunately. It's the fact that he's open and vocal about it. That's what makes him insane. Um, Yeah, he's batshit crazy. Uh, yeah, normally, Dieter, I don't look forward to my birthday anymore, and I haven't in a long time. I don't have any reason to look forward to it. My birthdays have been a letdown and disappointment and just depressing for years and years. My ex never made me feel special, not even once on my birthday. Used to dream of what that would be like. Never anything at all special, and uh, and it just sucks. And I don't have that many people in my life. But thanks to this community and thanks to Dieter and his hyping around my birthday, it feels like a special occasion for once. Even before I got the ticket for the show, even before that, already was nice, So I appreciate it. Thank you. Um, thanks, Bill. I'm trying to enjoy whatever I can out of life, even though it's difficult. And if money wasn't such a problem, then I would stay subbed to MGM Plus. And I encourage anybody who can afford it to stay subbed to MGM Plus to support From. But I need to cut costs. So, and I've heard a lot of people were unsubscribing to HBO after what they did to The Last of Us Fletch. So you would not be the only one, for sure. Owen says, I could see Miranda being portrayed with Kanye West's personality since both are batshit crazy. Julie, now you have a family here, the Fromely. Well, thank you very much for saying that, Owen. And I really do feel that way. This is like family to me now. It really is family. Um, Much better than the family I got saddled with. The extended family, anyway. They don't give a shit about me. So we all are cutting costs. Yeah, everybody kind of has to now. It just gets worse and worse. The inflation and shrinkflation, everything's getting smaller and smaller, but the prices are still rising. It's out of control. Anyway, I'm starting to like The Last of Us again too, Doc, as I reply to what you said in the chat. You know, the writing is bad sometimes, Samuel. I'm not gonna lie. Yes, sometimes the writing is a little cringe and a little silly, but you know, I'm happy with it for now. Um, so let's see if we can. How much more is there to this
To
worksheet
wrap up,
here? Okay,
not too much.
yeah, we can finish this worksheet and then pick it up again next week with more of the same.
And but really quick, um, tying into the character-driven mystery box thing, just a couple of ideas that I ran by AI. Character backstories could reveal hidden connections. Character arcs could mirror plot developments. Character
Mhm.
motivations could drive, oh, here we go, could drive mystery-related actions. Character relationships could shape the mystery's dynamics. And thematic elements in character stories could reflect the mystery. And finally, character flaws and strengths could be pivotal to the mystery.
Mm, yes. Yeah, like Jade's like obsessiveness and um you know the type of personality he has. I mean, that certainly has been pivotal to the mystery and how he's able to really focus and obsess to find answers and figure out puzzles and that sort of thing. And yeah, so that makes sense to me. Um, and I think we left off at uh, evaluate the answers provided. Although I think I read this one. Yeah, I read this one because it was. I remember reading this. How you don't want to just ask questions without providing answers, and the story can feel like a mess. Too many questions and along the way. It should have question answers, not just endless questions. And the perfect example, I think the ideal mystery box that I would recommend to anybody would be Dark, the German series Dark. That did an amazing job providing amazing, shocking answers to to mysteries all along the way, and and you think it can't get any crazier, and then it still does. They managed to actually provide wild reveals early in the series and still have so much more yet to come. Now, not every mystery is as mind-blowing as Dark and has as much that they can reveal that early, but because Dark was one of the most batshit, well, it is the most batshit crazy mystery box I've ever seen. So you can't really, it's not fair to compare to that because most shows wouldn't be able to give you a reveal as dramatic as they do in Dark season one. Um, so From has to keep its cards more close to the vest. It's not going to be as batshit crazy as Dark, but but giving us some answers is important. So I definitely read this one. I know that. So I don't think we've covered number 7 though, which was consider rewatching or rereading, right?
Right.
Right,
All
Doc?
right. So,
You there?
yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So yeah, number 7, consider rewatching or rereading. Well-written mysteries and mystery boxes are worth rereading or rewatching. So knowing the solution on a second, knowing the solution on a second viewing can allow you to spot hints or clues you missed initially, providing deeper understanding. This confirms clues that were present all along. If the show doesn't hold up to a rewatch with scenes or clues not making sense once the mystery is revealed, it might indicate writers were too focused on trying to trick the audience. Wait, I'm on the wrong thing right now. Oh no, that's the right thing. Sorry, I got distracted by all the side talk.
No, it's okay. It's understandable.
And I started putting together notes for the other thing. Sorry, all right. Go back. All right. So yeah, if the show doesn't hold up on rewatch, with scenes or clues not making sense once the mystery is revealed, it might indicate the writers were too focused on trying to trick the audience rather than playing a coherent trail. So yeah, basically suggest rewatching. Um, we've already covered, I think, a lot of different ways that rewatching helps, especially if like you rewatch looking for a specific thing, um, or I mean, just rewatching in general too, from knowing things from later on. It will help you see things in new light on the rewatch, and you're gonna see things too that you didn't see on the previous watch anyway. Um,
Absolutely. That's so important with this show. Taking the new insights you gain and then going back and rewatching, you're going to pick up on more clues that were not obvious right away and maybe be able to figure some things out or at least come up with better theories.
that's right. Also,
Oh,
too, sometimes they'll kind of camouflage clues by emotional impact events. So when there's a big event, there will often be clues in there, but they're going to kind of be masked by the emotional reaction to everything else that's going on.
right. Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Because when you're watching it the first time, you get really wrapped up in the big picture stuff, like the big, the action that's going on and the emotional reaction you have to it. But when you go back and rewatch, you already know what's going to happen. You can kind of hone in on some of those more subtle clues.
And then
So,
it's really short. It is don't expect the simple answers to be correct. Often the most obvious solution is not the real one. Look for complications or wrenches that make the simple answer incorrect.
mm-hmm.
What would be a simple answer that would be like obviously incorrect or from?
I would say that they're all, you know, like that it's all a simulation. Like this, the easiest answer to explain literally everything and like all you'd have to do is just say none of this is real at all. They're just all in a simulation. They're all plugged into headsets. That would be the simplest and most um and least satisfying answer at this point from me. Uh So I would say that, or, you know, they're all dead, or they're all dreaming, or like all of the dream references, that something that would be really obvious would be saying, okay, they're all just dreaming this. They're in a shared dream state. But yeah, I don't
Actually,
think so.
I
Hmm.
watched uh I watched a video unrelated to this research about writing, and it was talking about the worst ways to end uh basically anything. And one of them was it's all a dream.
Oh,
I think it was like
yeah,
number 6 on the list.
awful, awful. People hate that kind of shit. They like everyone hated the there was what was the
Dallas?
show that had what was it? Dallas? It
Was
was all a
was that
dream.
what it's called? I think
I think
so.
it was Dallas. That sounds right. Yeah, people hated that. There was backlash over that. Now, there was a sitcom, Newhart. It was Bob Newhart's second sitcom, and so I really consider this more of a joke. I don't take this to be canon at all. I think this was just ending on a joke. But in the finale, the series finale of Newhart, um, he wakes up and he's in bed with his wife from the first sitcom he was in, and his second sitcom was all just a dream and none of it happened. And he's like, I dreamed I was an innkeeper in Vermont and it didn't happen. I just think that was a joke, because it was a sitcom. You don't have to take it so seriously. Dallas was not a
Right.
comedy. So yeah, that kind of thing sucks. People hate that kind of shit. So I don't think we're gonna have to worry about that. Anyway, um,
9 is discuss theories. Writers are encouraged to get second opinions and use beta readers. Um, and this implies mystery is designed to be solvable through careful observation and deduction. Engaging with others to discuss theories can help you spot clues or interpretations you missed, such as going here to JulieBDeepDives.
yes.
And 10, focus on character and drama. Sometimes a mystery box's element, oh, my phone did something weird. Sometimes a mystery box element is primarily part of the setting or world building rather than the main plot. In such cases, the story's central drama might revolve more around character relationships, experiences, and conflicts, like in Wednesday. If the mystery was removed, the main story should ideally still be interesting. If the mystery feels secondary to the character drama, focus on the characters as the primary story, even while observing how the mystery drives their motivations or creates danger. By
Mm,
actively observing details, questioning significance, following the character's path of discovery, evaluating the quality of the clues and answers, and even re engaging with the material, you can enhance your ability to unravel the mystery boxes presented in storytelling.
yes.
Theme.
Okay. Um, yeah, I think these are all really helpful um strategies and guidelines. I'm going to be saving all of these for future note taking on From and other series with mystery at the center of it. Just to help me be more organized, because I'm naturally disorganized, and so a lot of this is really it's a way to kind of organize your thoughts. It helps you structure them more, and um, like the next rewatch I do, I'm gonna do some of the things that we were talking about during the last From Academy. Um, just to keep things more organized and keep track of stuff as we go. Like every question I can think of, write it down, while we're watching it, and keep track of it, because otherwise going back and trying to do it later is time consuming. So if you're rewatching it, might as well keep track and be organized with the notes while you're doing it. So Um, so I think so. We
Mhm.
still have a bunch more to get through, but so I hope you don't mind. I know we digress a lot and we we go off on tangents. I hope you don't mind the tangents and the fact that we're still doing
I
the
love
same
them.
theme week. You love the tangents?
Yep, absolutely. And yeah, no, I do not mind doing another week and finishing it off because we still have red herrings, which I think is an important section. And then we have uh, wrapping up the case, detective style, and then theory crafting. So we have those
Yeah,
three sections left.
yeah.
And we still have to
So
figure out how to play Amy's song.
yes, we do. And Amy is heading to bed. Good night, Amy.
Good night, Amy.
And and Martin. Good night. Take care, Martin. Um, I appreciate you.
Good night, Martin.
What the hell, Dieter? This just sounds wrong. Going deep, going deep dive. Oh, I thought it said going deep live at first with B and D.
That sounds like an
Oh,
STI.
yeah. Oh no. Deep dives live.
I caught the B
Um,
and D from Julie B.
well, I'm relieved that you don't mind the tangents because some people don't like tangents and they prefer to stay on topic and focused and wrap up sooner. But I think it's fun. I enjoy digressing and then coming back to the topic. I never take it too far. I mean, I don't digress for hours at a time, but you know, it's fun to just go off on random tangents and just, relax. Like this isn't a job. This isn't like we're, you know, punching a clock and we have to follow strict rules. We're here to have fun and enjoy ourselves. So why take it so seriously? I mean, obviously, you know me. I'm a perfectionist. I do the deep dives because I'm obsessive like that, and I do take things seriously, including the reason why we haven't done the From rewatch in a few weeks is because I take it so seriously and I dissect it. I take detailed notes, even though I've already taken notes on this show, and I take screenshots and all that. But that doesn't mean I can't also digress and have fun with random tangents too. I can do both. So, um,
You're here for a
so
good
yeah, I'm
time
glad.
and a long time.
Yeah, yes. So I'm glad that you're okay with it and that you don't mind. I'm not tired of doing this theme
Oh
at
no,
all.
we're
I hope
all
you're not
we're all
getting
having a
bored
good
with it.
time. I mean, most of the tangents are all like community engagement and us all goofing off together. Like that's what we're here for. That's why it's a live stream and not a pre-recorded video.
100%. People like engagement. And like I was watching Koala T's reaction, not reaction, but live stream the other day, and Koala T was pointing out that apparently there was another live streamer who was being criticized, like someone was criticizing this other live streamer saying that he talks to the chat too much and people are not there for that, and if they're watching your replay they're not going to like that. They're not there to watch you talk to the chat and read their comments and stuff. And he but no, certain streamers, they kind of make their reputation based on that. Like this is their thing. They engage with the chat a lot and people like that. I
Mhm.
you know, like
It
Koala T built his channel off of doing that sort of thing. Um, doing
I think
making a reputation as a live streamer who interacts with the chat, and so did I. I did the same thing. And I think people like that, and that's why they kept coming back.
I think
So,
a lot of it I think a lot of it comes down to why are you doing it? Why what is driving you to stream? Is it engagement with the community and having fun, or is it trying to make money? And so I think the difference probably lies a little bit there, or maybe a lot of it. And I feel like you have the perfect model for if for a community engagement, having and building a fun and just beautiful and wonderful community. Like these are great people that we have here. You do not find this in every other community. Like this is a rare thing that you got going on here, and it's very special. And so like I think the way that you do it is seems this seems to me like it's really perfect for who you are. But I don't know necessarily, because I'm not you, what drives you to do it. And so yeah, that's my thought. And I think that's going to be unique for every creator and every streamer.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right. It fits with my personality because I'm a very social person and I enjoy interacting. I want to make it as interactive as possible, so I like to include the chat in the conversation and let the chat drive the conversation sometimes and lead the way in terms of like topics of discussion and go down different um tangents based on whatever the chat has is saying, and it's not always a tangent, sometimes it's relevant to what we're talking about too.
Oh
It's
yeah.
very often the case,
A
you
lot of these
know.
people have better ideas than me, like way better ideas than me. Most of them do. I feel like a lot of what I'm trying to do is kind of like get people to throw these out here and get them out here for us to, talk about.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, no, but don't sell yourself short. You know, you're a very creative person, so no. um
Well, thank you. But I mean,
don't.
like the community engagement is a feature, not a bug for me.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's like a think tank, especially with a mystery series, the kind
Yes,
of series that
exactly.
yes, the kind of series that the whole this channel is based on, that I built this channel to cover. It really lends itself to heavy engagement with the chat because when we put our heads together, it really helps to do collaborative theory crafting. Someone comes up with an idea, we bounce ideas off of each other, and we come up with more ideas and put our heads together. It's like a think tank. So it depends on the topic of discussion. In some cases, it may not fit as well, depending on what you're discussing. But in this case, involving the chat makes all the sense in the world, and it's just enjoyable for me. I like doing it. I enjoy it, and I think people appreciate seeing their messages highlighted so much, and that has helped me rather than holding me back. And so I don't think it's harmful to a channel at all. Now, if you're doing it, if you're like really making big money off of like a monetized channel, then yeah, like if we're talking like big time money on a monetized channel, and it's in some cases it would make more sense to do less intense chat engagement. Certain giant YouTubers, um but I think by and large people really appreciate feeling seen and valued, and they don't really like channels as much who only highlight the chats if they get money, if they get super chats or donations of some sort. And I would never want to be that type of channel at all. So I don't understand why someone would criticize somebody so much just for doing that. People like that. And I Koala T is amazing. He's constantly looking at the chat and responding to the chat. And he's got like 26,000 subscribers. He's doing really well with it. They throw so much money at him. It's crazy. He must have some really rich fans. I don't know where he got these, like, my God, it's nuts. If you watch one of his lives, you would not believe it. They must be filthy rich. One of them said she was on vacation in Dubai, so that explains it. She must be rich. She's like throwing $100 donations at him all the time. But I think the reason why people donate a lot to him too is, you know, he has a pretty large channel, so he gets a huge chat, and with that many people, it's more likely to be able to get donations. because you'll have people who are able to do it, and you're more likely to get them with a very large, you've got like hundreds of people in the chat like he gets. And why do they do it? Probably because he includes them and he makes them feel seen. And so he should never change, and I'm sure he won't. Anyway, um, so Bill Chill said the death of Tan Chen distracted us from some clues. What were they? Yeah, I think that was probably a distraction. That's a great point, Bill. That's a great point. So simple, overly simplistic endings to From, they're all a part of one person's mind. That's a good one, Amy. Ethan's dream, that's another good one. The rabbit on Julie's shirt points to Alice in Wonderland. I think that's symbolic for sure. I think that's symbolic.
Mhm.
Bill Chill says simple From clues. The town may not be real. Everyone in From is dead. From is Victor's nightmare. Donna is a mole. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. Okay. Let's see. Scrolling through. Did I miss anything else I need to highlight before we Bill Chill says, shush, quiet chat. I'm here to listen only to Julie and Doc. Yeah. I'm not here to just ignore you guys and just talk to whoever's on the panel. That's just not the kind of experience I want to have here. It's not interactive enough. It needs to be interactive. Otherwise, we could just be talking offline. Like, why do you guys even need to be here if we're going to ignore you and you're having a separate conversation outside of us, outside of this? It's anyway. Koala T calls you the goat, though. Uh, Koala T, he does shout you out all the time, and he says the goat is here. The goat is here. He just calls you the goat. Maybe he's not sure how to pronounce it, if it's Dieter or Dieter. So yes, stimulates thought-provoking ideas by interacting. Yes, we are the Fromaholics. Beat Bob. Yes, please like, share, and subscribe. Yes, please. Yes, it would be nice if I could make lots of money with this channel one day. Renee one time donated like $200 5 times in one stream. It was bonkers. She must be filthy rich. She was on vacation in Dubai, so I mean, yeah. What? Bill Chill, Koala T shouted you out when you first went on his channel. He was like, "Bill Chill, I remember you." I was like, "What?" Well, that's cool that he shouted you out. Wow. Was that recent, Bill? Did you just discover him, or did you already know about him before I started talking about him all the time? I'm curious. Because I put Big Heck onto his channel, and I see Big Heck in his chat a lot now. So I sent Big Heck over there, and a few other people subscribed after I've been promoting him. Yes, I'm wrapping it up. I'm wrapping it up, Dieter. For real, it's not going to be another hour. Um, just wanted to catch up with the chat. Bill Chill just started this last month. Last month. Gotcha. Yeah. I just found him last month too. And he started promoting me and putting my channel up on screen and being so kind and generous, and he's just an amazing person. So grateful for his support. And he said he's always going to support me. I mean, he's just terrific. And we just met online. We barely know each other, but he's just a good guy. He's a really good guy. So okay. So with that, I am gonna get ready to
Wrap,
what is this? I can't,
wrap it up.
dear. I what, Doc?
So you're gonna wrap it up?
Yeah. I didn't even dare say wrap it up because Dieter will just make jokes. But I really am wrapping it up. I really am. I say that and then it's like an hour and a half passes, and no, well, not this time. Dieter is great and fantastic, and wait, it translated it for me. Wait a minute, what the hell? Dieter, in the chat it's Dutch, but when I put it on screen it translates it for me. What the fuck? Since when does it do this? I've never seen this before. look at this. He put in the chat, it's in Dutch, and I was gonna say I have no idea how the hell to pronounce that, and I'm not even gonna attempt it. But on screen, when I highlight it, it says, Samuel, do you like Belgian waffles or fries? Wow, that's cool. So if somebody comes in my chat speaking another language, I can highlight it and understand what they're saying. That's neat. Um, Belgisch waffles, oh, frieten? I don't know. Um, and you were trying to get me to compliment you, but in Dutch and not knowing what I was saying. Dieter is geweldig. I have no idea. Fantastisch. And ik, Julie is ook enorm geweldig. I don't know, Dieter. I don't know how to pronounce things in Dutch. Dieter is great and fantastic, and Julie is also very great. How about that? That is really neat. And then Samuel said something, it means they are fine. Huh, this is cool. So if anyone ever comes in here and talks shit about me in another language, I can just highlight it and find out what they're saying. Hi, Jackie. Just about wrapping things up, Jackie. I don't know what time zone you're in, or if you're just like up all night like we are, or a super early bird, but just about to wrap things up. We've been talking murder mystery, not murder mystery, but mystery solving strategies and how they can apply to From, which always leads to really interesting conversations about the various mysteries and theories and all this stuff going on in From. We did it last Friday and continued it this one, and now we're going to continue the theme again next Friday because we have more to discuss that we did not get to. But it's been a really fun conversation. And what's this one? Good night, everyone. Gut Nacht, aller sights. I don't know. um, okay, Samuel, Google Translate touch. Yeah, Jackie, me too. I'm a night owl. I've never thought you could be both. I never realized you could be both, but I'm a night owl and an early bird. Not anymore. I'm changing. Eventually I am going to keep changing my hours so that I have a more normal schedule, or at least a little bit better. Um, but it got to the point where I was a night owl and an early bird and wasn't going to sleep till noon or early afternoon, and I had to stop that. I have to start enjoying, like, actually experiencing the daytime and going out, in the afternoon and that kind of thing. So I'm trying to change that. But for now, I'm still a night owl and an early bird. And I got a show to get to. I got a concert to get to Monday, so I got to make sure I'm awake. So I better get out of here and get to bed relatively soon. I have to exercise again first. But and I'm also gonna so so before I go to bed, I'm going to continue working on my Last of Us deep dive for episode 4. I've already the script is actually really easy to write compared to The Handmaid's Tale. This is a cakewalk. So I should have the script done and the video and the pictures lined up pretty quickly. And my goal is to release the video by Saturday night. So that'll be hopefully for tonight. So if you watch The Last of Us, check out my video that'll be coming out. Make sure you're enabling notifications so you'll get notified when I release it. I'll also tag everybody in the Discord. And if you don't watch it, maybe, if you're feeling generous, if you have a couple of minutes, just give it a view. Even if you don't pay attention to it, just hit the like button, give it a view for a couple of minutes, and um, shut off the volume if it bores you, because you're not watching the show, if you're not. But that would help a lot with trying to get into the algorithm, because there's such a backlash against the show. It's very hard to get fans of the show to even watch it. But if I can get the algorithm to pick me up a bit more, that would help. And throwing a comment in, even if it's just one word or an emoji, or you're just saying hi or something, it triggers the algorithm, pushes it out to more people, helps my video get seen by more people. So that's a way that, you can support if you feel like it, if you have a couple of minutes. Same goes for the Handmaid's Tale, rather. I will be doing an episode 7 deep dive, and I'm going to try really hard to get it out by Monday. It's going to be difficult because Sunday's Mother's Day, Monday is my birthday, and I have obviously big plans, which I've told you about. But I'm gonna try. I don't know. I may not be able to get that Handmaid's Tale one done by Monday, and unfortunately that sucks because the new episode drops at midnight, and I released episode 6 deep dive late. I may have to do the same with episode 7, but the Last of Us one I can definitely get done though because this is a much easier show to cover. It's the characters are way less ambiguous. I can cover this in my sleep, to be honest. I've already got the major themes of the show down pat. I could seriously just, talk in my sleep and record video. Um, so watch out for that. If you want to join a fun watch party and you want to watch Blazing Saddles with us, we're gonna do that Saturday night tonight. I think we're gonna do it at 9 p.m. Eastern. Um, I'll keep you posted. So if you're in the Discord, I'll make an event and tag everybody. So but I think we're gonna do it at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And on Sunday, we'll have the watch party for The Last of Us, as always, at 9 p.m. Eastern when the new episodes drop. I will stream it. Then we'll have a voice chat. And we had a really great voice chat last week. And we watched the show a second time, too, because we really liked it. It was a much more enjoyable episode. So that's Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. Monday, I will not be doing my usual live stream. I will be tied up, but I may just go live for a song or two for the Kendrick show. We'll see. If I'm able to do it, I might just do it. So you might see a live stream pop up that unlike any you've ever seen before, but it would be very short. Very, very short. Just for fun, and then, shut the live stream off so I can just chill and enjoy it. And wish me luck because I'm really nervous about it and how bad my pain is going to be, and I just want to be able to enjoy it as best I can. So this is going to be something I haven't attempted to do anything like this. I've barely left the house. I've barely done anything since my leg pain became so debilitating. So um I'm gonna I'm gonna need a lot of luck for this to go, you know, smoothly. It's not going to be easy, and I'm nervous about it. Um, so yeah, I'm not going to talk to you guys again, not really, until after that happens. And um, I appreciate you all so much. And um, even before I got the concert ticket, for the first time in years, I'm not dreading my birthday. It's not depressing to me like it was because of this awesome community, who actually care, I appreciate it. Um, thanks, Owen. Thanks, Owen and Jackie. Oh, you're so sweet, Jackie. Lovely, lovely Jackie. Thank you. Um, I don't know, Jackie. Nobody knows. I wish I knew. I have debilitating, burning pain that goes from my glutes all down my legs, and nobody knows why. So, some kind of nerve pain, it seems like. So, it's going to be really difficult even to sit in a chair for long. So, I have it planned out that I'm going to get up and pace around, and in between, like, there are going to be songs where SZA takes over. And I'm not really familiar with SZA's stuff, so I'm going to use those opportunities to get up and walk so that I can tolerate sitting for longer. So, and I can't stand. Standing is the most painful thing of all. Walking is less painful than standing. I know it sounds weird, but this whole thing is weird, my condition. So, thanks, Nightman, LOL. You rock. And then a rock emoji. Nice. Oh, Doc put, what is this? Chinese in here? What is the hell is this? Um,
Japanese.
Japanese. Oh, And it says he is opposed by it translated it. He is opposed by the space madman it got a little bit wrong. Docu Kaiju. Oh man, that's so cool. This is so cool. Godzilla is coming. It translates it for me. How cool is this? I
I was
love it.
trying to say, I was trying to say that he's being antagonized by the madman Doc Kaiju.
Oh, Godzilla is coming. He he's being opposed by the space madman. That's so cool. I love that we can do this. I never knew this was possible. Has no one ever put has no one ever put other languages in the chat for me to highlight before? Weird that I'm just now finding this out, but good night, Bill Chill. It's almost 11 a.m. here. Wow. Good, and he says good night, everyone. Love
Good
it.
night, Bill Chill.
Jockey, I have pins and needles type pain in my feet and legs, and doctors don't know why. Well, I'm so sorry to hear that, and I know how frustrating that is. Believe me, I totally. There's nothing worse. Just hitting dead end after dead end. I hope you can get some answers. Hope we can both get some answers. And yes, Dieter, I am wrapping it up. Google under desk elliptical. You can move your legs as you stream casually. Thank you, Samuel, for the suggestion. I'll look into it. Okay. Well, um, Dieter, I really am gonna honor my word. I said I was gonna cut it off around 4 hours. I didn't quite live up to that. We're at 4 hours and 48 minutes now, and it's 5 a.m. But we did start extremely late, so um, and it was easy to get carried away. So um, well, guys, I hope when I come back here, I'll have a positive experience to report from Monday night and not, a nightmare. Like, oh my God, this is so painful. This is torture. Why did I do this? Why did I waste so much money to go suffer? That's what I'm afraid of. I know it's not going to be a waste in terms of the entertainment value, but I worry that I'm wasting money just to go suffer and not be able to enjoy it. That's my biggest fear, but I'm doing it anyway. So, um, I hope I come back with a good story to report and not a nightmare. That'll be the next time I talk to you guys will be after this. I'm either gonna do a live. I don't know if I don't know yet what I'm gonna do. I have to decide. Um, if I'm gonna do a live on Tuesday and Wednesday to make up for the lack of the Monday live. I'll keep you posted on that when I decide. If I do it, it's gonna be a shorter time on Tuesday, so I don't overwhelm myself. So, KP, stop overthinking the damn thing and go have fun, you crazy kids. It's easy to do that with me though, KP. Believe me. I don't go anywhere because of my pain. Everything is too excruciating to do, but so believe me, it's not easy. Um, but I'll try to not worry so much. Um, I've got to go. Thank you for your time, Boyd Stevens. Yes. No, gonna give this thing a shot. There's no going back now. I mean, yeah, technically I could back out and just sell the thing. Um, I probably could do it too, even though it's last minute because this is a very popular thing. But don't worry, I'm not gonna do that. Um, like I can just hear Dieter saying, "No, no, 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 no! Don't you dare do that." Um, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna chicken out now. Come this close. I'm not gonna chicken out now. So we'll see how it goes. It's not gonna be perfect. I'm not expecting to be pain free because I'm never pain free, but hopefully it won't be like horrific pain. I can enjoy myself enough that it's worth it. That's the goal. That's the goal. So, thank you, Jackie. Thank you. And you might just see me pop up. You might just see a live stream pop up, but Nobody get too excited because I won't do it for long. I want to be able to just chill and enjoy it as best I can. So, yeah, I would spend all my money to drag you. I bet you would. Maybe even overcome your fear of getting on planes, and fly over here and drag me. Yeah, but don't worry, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I don't know why it keeps asking me, do you want to share your referral link? So here, it's this weird thing StreamYard's doing now. You can click a button and share a link to check out StreamYard and get a $10 discount if you want to do streams of your own. Yeah, Dieter, you would have to take a plane. There's no other way around. I mean, you could take a boat, but you wouldn't get here in time. So, um, don't worry, I'm not gonna chicken out. I'm not gonna chicken out. So, um, so I appreciate you guys, and my last birthday was probably the most depressing one I've ever had, and this one is completely different. And you know what? It is all because of you guys, including the fact that I bought that ticket because I wouldn't have even, you see, I was too depressed to even listen to music for a couple of years until I started my channel. And then someone from this community, Big Hack, is the one who put me on to Kendrick in the first place. When he came in my chat one night and said Kendrick just dropped a surprise album, I went and listened to it. I caught up on the whole Drake beef that I missed, and I just became a diehard fan. I listened to all Kendrick's music, and I mean, maybe I haven't heard every song for from his whole career yet, but a lot of it. And I wouldn't even, I'd still be living under a rock, too depressed to even listen to music if it wasn't for this community. So none of this would be happening, and I would be having yet another depressing, miserable birthday if it wasn't for you guys. So thank you for being in my life and changing my life. I can't say enough how much I appreciate you, seriously. Turning another year older, being so miserable, depressed, and alone would have just been like the worst. And I don't have to do that this time. I can actually look forward to it. I have something to look forward to again. So music is so therapeutic. It is. And I deprived myself of it from like 2 years I was too depressed to listen to music for about 2 years, but it could have helped if I had. And once I had started listening to Kendrick, his music, it just has helped me survive from day one since I really started listening to it in November. It really helps me survive. Um, I'm like, that's not hyperbole. Um, so this just seemed too fitting. I mean, it seemed like the universe saying, you need to do this. He's going to be this close doing a concert on my birthday. I mean, it's like a sign. So what the hell? I didn't even consider it at first because I thought I was in downtown Boston, and I don't think I would do it if it were in Boston. That would be too much for me to handle. Um, the urban setting and everything with my pain. But this, it's not in downtown Boston. It's like south of Boston somewhere. So fingers crossed, it does seem like a sign, Jackie, I think it's definitely a sign. At first I thought, well, this is just a cruel tease. It's like the universe teasing me. Like, here's what you can't have and you can't enjoy. He's going to be right nearby on your birthday. And and then I thought, I'm looking at this all wrong. I think this means I need to go. I need to be there. Well, thank you, Owen. You have us now, so now you can enjoy your birthdays. It's amazing to hear that about Kendrick Lamar. Well, yeah. I'm so grateful I have you all, really. I can't even say that enough. I'm a broken record, but yeah, it's this has been life-changing. So many things have happened for me in my life and improved my life just based on this alone, just starting a channel. Um, None of the positive things in my life would be happening, the positive new things in my life, none of it would be happening if it wasn't for starting a channel and such a kind, awesome community of people. Yes, he had a great Super Bowl show. I've watched that so many times. I couldn't imagine how many it is if it kept track. It's been many, many times. I'm obsessed with his Super Bowl show. Can't wait for the first Fromely community marriage, right? Right, people who met because of the Fromely, that would be wild. I wouldn't be surprised. Jackie, I recommend it to anybody, starting a channel that was life-changing for me, and it's just it's such a great creative outlet to express your ideas on whatever topic you want it started on. It's just such a great creative outlet and a way to connect with people. And for someone like me who's been so isolated in my life, it's been a lifeline to be able to connect with people this way. So I'd recommend it to anybody and give anyone any advice I can, even as a pretty new person to this myself. I'm always happy to help and promote anyone who needs a little promotion. I may not have a big platform here, but anyone who shows up in my chat and they have a channel or want to be a guest, I I promote any way I can and just want to help get the word out. Um, ah, yeah. Um, and I've met so many awesome people, connected with so many awesome people like Tony, and I met Jackie through Tony's channel. Jackie is a lovely person. There's a mod over there. Um, and Tony's another great friend I've made because of starting a channel, and I never would have imagined that could have happened. He has 102,000 subscribers, and a year ago I was just a rando in his chat, and 6 months later he was having me on as a guest on his channel, and now we're just friends, and he comes on mine sometimes. It's just so cool. So cool. It's just wild the friendships and connections I've been able to make, and just so many kind people made a big difference in my life for the better. So anyway, guys. Uh-oh. Oh, for a second I thought I closed the stream by accident.
Uh-oh.
Anyway, it's just about the 5-hour mark, and I have to go take care of myself. So thank you all so much. Thank you for all your kindness and the birthday wishes and all of that stuff. And I will see you on the next live. If not Tuesday, then definitely Wednesday. I'll put out my schedule early next week, so you know. And I'll put out hopefully my Last of Us video by tonight. That's my goal, my Last of Us deep dive for episode 4.
And happy
Trying not to be a
birthday.
Handmaid Tale, but I don't know. What, Doc?
Happy birthday in advance, Julie. And thank
Thanks.
you, everyone. And thank you, Julie, as always. This was a wonderful experience.
Oh, thank you for being here. I love having you on, and I love our FROMacademy segments. And this one is, I just love what you came up with. It's so well researched, and I'm going to hold on to all of these worksheets to use as a tool. So
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to, continuing with it the next week. So, Jackie, that's cool. You remember me from the beginning on Tony's channel? Wow, that's awesome. Well, thank you. You are absolutely lovely too. And well, I just became a constant, um, participant in his live chats, and just I just became obsessed. I love Tony's lives. I still love his lives. It's always a good time, and I hope he does more of them soon. We miss having him around more. So anyway, hope he's doing well, and um, I'm gonna try to catch his live on Sunday night, his pre-show before The Last of Us. Finally catch it. So, um, the first time I ever called into his show, I was so nervous, and 6 months later, I'm on his show as a guest panelist starting my channel. I never would have thought I'd have the guts to do it. I was just amazed I had the guts to call in, and then now look, he's on my channel as a guest sometimes. It's just nuts to me, but Anyway, good night, Jackie. Good night, Dieter, / morning, noon, evening, whatever time it is for you. Um, and I'll see you guys next time. I will keep you posted on my schedule for the week. If anybody wants to watch Blazing Saddles with us, I'm going to make an event in the Discord. So check the channel. If you want to join the Discord, you're not in there. The Discord link is in the description of this video. We're going to do it probably about 9 p.m. Eastern, but stay tuned on that for the final announcement later this morning. And Doug Hughes is going to join us. Doug Hughes is going to be there watching with us. Nightman, hey Julie, I heard you like From. Hey Julie, I heard you like From. I had to say it like Kendrick. Yeah, that's great. That's a great thing. That's a great note to end on. That's perfect for the timing of it all. That's perfect. That's fantastic. And then insert Kendrick's evil grin, I would say, from the Super Bowl. That was evil AF and epic. That moment was iconic. Anyway, guys, before I go off on a Kendrick tangent for another hour, I will stop there. Thank you again, Doc, for all your hard work and on this topic and being here
Thank
with
you.
me. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And
Aw,
thank you, everyone. Had a great night hanging out with you all.
Dieter. Dieter sends love and a dinosaur.
Oh.
What is this? A little T-Rex? Looks like a little T-Rex. Just for you.
It's supposed to symbolize Godzilla.
Yeah, that's great. Okay. Well, see, it's so hard to leave. I guess it's hard to quit, you guys, and still 53 people watching. It's amazing. But I'll see you on the next one, and um yeah, again, it could be Tuesday, it could be or I could just skip to Wednesday, but I will keep you posted on that, and we'll have our next FROMacademy, of course, next Friday as usual, and continue the mystery solving theme. And all right, so have a good day or a good night, everybody. Appreciate you all. Thank you all. Now I can actually look forward to my birthday instead of dreading it. So thank you so very much. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. And I will see you next time. Have a good day or a good night. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi, JulieBDeepDives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey Julie.
Hi, Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with Julie B. Deep Dives.
Julie B. My child. It is I, Father Khatri. But Julie B., I understand you are rocking it on the old YouTubes, and I appreciate you. We, as a Fromily, appreciate you like you wouldn't believe. And we are so thankful for everything you do and all the love and energy that you put out there into the universe.
Hey, Julie B. The man in yellow here, along with his alter ego, the mini MIY. We just wanted to let you know that you're in our thoughts.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's deeper dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4.
Father Kachi thanks you for watching. Sean Majumder, the actor who couldn't be here right now, but he wanted to let you know he's very thankful. And I hope you feel better. I know you will. Keep your chin up. And I wish you all the best. Take care. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. Be well.
Listen, kiddo. Like the man said, we're here for you 24/7. Anything you need, you just get on the blower. And hey, don't take any crap. Anybody gives you any grief, you just tell them. They're going to have to answer to this guy. Couldn't have said it better myself. Take care, sweetheart. We'll talk soon. See you later.
Don't stream and drive.